Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Alright, there's so much things we gotta fix up here. Most charts are already updated for the next couple years, so we don't have to really touch anything for a little while here. At least I don't think we need to.
my car with the Geico app. Only took 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, Geico's all about getting more than just savings.
The next time, how about less fluid ounces?
Fair enough. Oh.
You use this much serum?
Well, my skincare routine requires...
Trash. And a pump top? It'll make a mess. Well, I'm taking this.
You took all of them.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Have a nice
Where's my super suit? Why is there like multiple? What's going on here? It sounds like we got. It sounds like we got telephone music going on at the same time as this. I think we should be good now. Alright, after we hit these highs. I think we should look at oil right now. I think that's the play. That's the move. Let me see something. Where is... Wait, say that again, Beast? Oh, my fault. I think you're on the phone. God damn, I had the music that loud. I couldn't even hear y'all. Alright, what is this? That one was good. Alright, what's going on now? This is dumb funny. How do you even fix these points down here? I just realized that. What? Sounds like an AutoZone commercial. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what's going on here. So what I'm thinking is instantly calls. I'm thinking this market's just gonna rip right back up. So we'll see. We averaged down on our call position from yesterday. Or from 2 days ago, I think it was now. We'll look at some 0 days in like 30 minutes. We'll just give this a second here. We'll see if it just keeps ripping up. We should run all the way to the top now. If we stop like midway, which is about, you could say, like 600 flat. Maybe like another 40 cents or $1. The market might just, again, shut down because you filled about half of the gap. If it continues to go up, you're just going to fill the whole gap right away. And then you're going to go to that newer high. We might have to give it a couple hours though. So again, we already averaged down on our position. It already ran up $30 here. So we already made back all the losses and we're profitable already. Good job, ladies and gentlemen. We're done in 2 minutes. I think that's a new record. That has to be a new record. Because you can't count the other trades, right? Because we technically bought it today. Technically. Let's check the Tesla position. We should be up a real nice amount. So again, on the Tesla position, we're up about 30,000 now. It's not bad. We'll go ahead and start selling out of some of these positions here. Let's see what place we are in the world now. I think we're about to be number 4 now. Yeah, we're about to be number 4. Number 4 is at 240. We're at 230 right now. Okay, you filled about half of the gap like we stated before. Let's see where you're at now. You should be above the midpoint. So as long as we're above 599.18, we should see the market continue to run up. I was checking through all the charts, like all 70 last night, and I realized that everything was correct. Like every chart we had. Let me show you. Let's change this song. All right, so this one we're gonna skip. We fixed that one today. That was a good one, but we're not really looking at those. Okay, so not that chart. I think it's this chart here. We might have had that today. Let's see. That's definitely a commercial. Okay, so on most of these charts, The one thing that I try to break apart, or I wouldn't even say break apart, I would say kind of show, is if you just use lines from, you know, over here, they work over here. So we still haven't broke above this line here. We slightly did. It's kind of like when you break above stuff normally, right? All right, this sounds like another commercial. I'm trying to use this software to listen to music. It's just giving me some horrible songs. Everything sounds like... Am I like in the commercial section or something? What's going on? Give me 1 second. That does not sound like this. The other song was the same genre, but I'm just like, yeah, that definitely don't sound the same. 595, and then you went to 598, then you went to 606, drop down, now you're holding on 593, holding on, and it looks like this is the range. We finally have it established. There we go. You're at the midpoint of this range. Looks like you're getting sold off now. Once you pop above it, I want to see this next green candle occur. Just like how we saw this one occur. We didn't really get that shutdown, so I'm still looking for this to actually have a bigger shutdown. I'm not too sure when. As long as we fall below 593, it's probably going to happen instantly, right? So we'll just wait for the market to get shut down again. And then below 593, just continue to play the downside. Let's go to a couple other charts here. This one, I have no idea what's going on here. Probably just midpoints, top points, which means we're right in the middle of all that. So if we hold here, you're just going to pump up to a new high again. So let's go to the more fun charts, right? Look at this one right here. Below the mid target at 608, play the bigger downside, and above, play the bigger upside. So 608, anything above it is, you know, bigger upside. Anything below it is bigger downside. So make sure you remember that. Definitely don't forget that one. Let me all right, and then you have this one right here. We made this on March 26th. So that March 26th, let me circle it for you. We made this at that circle right there. These predictions here. So we said 605 by April 14th, and then 2-week puts. It's kind of funny. Again, we were waiting for this to actually run up a little bit higher. If it held here and actually ran up, the market would have shut down probably way more than it did initially. Because it actually fell down to this level here, the second shutdown was simply double that range. You all know that, right? So like if you take the first range of when SPY shut down to 550, go ahead and take that, measure it. That's how big it is. Go ahead and double that, clone it, put it to the bottom of it, and it's the same size basically. It's a little bit bigger, of course. It was a little bit more dramatic, you could say, but it's about the same size. So if this first drop never happened, or let's just say you never held here, if you went straight through it, you definitely would have went down way more. Because when you bounced up here, you would have been almost running towards the midpoint. And then with that other additional news that hit the wire, you would have shut down straight to 483. Of course. Actually, no, 480. It would have been 480. 480 flat. Like 480.80. Which is almost where you hit. It was like slightly above the target point. The target point was 480. And again, we made this from the left side, right? Just looking at last summer. It's pretty simple. And then, yeah, the market would have probably shut down to like 411, 440, 460s probably. It was really close to that, so it wasn't a bad drop. But the market might still need to go down lower within the next couple months here. So as long as we get some yearly puts and some monthly puts, and you lock in something for like 580 or lock in something for like 570, if it's the 580s are too expensive, right? The lowest I would go is like 550. And if you get a 900-day out call, what I would be doing is I would be getting something that's for probably for like 340. That's how low I think SPY is going to go, is $340 within the next 2 years. And if we crash here, and it was kind of funny, we were talking about it yesterday. We were like, if we collapse from this area and you fall straight down, you can actually go to 340 right now. But it's probably not going to happen right now. I think we might just stay at these levels until the end of the next 4 years. Until the next cycle of presidents, right? I think this is just going to keep cycling between 600 and maybe like 550, 540. That's probably what's going to happen for the rest of the year here. Because remember, the year was very quick. Unless the second half of this year is as quick, what you're going to notice is the momentum and how much these contracts go up is going to be a little bit off, right? It's not going to be equivalent to or the same. It's going to be a tiny bit different. You can still make money, of course, but it's just going to be a tiny bit off from what you're normally compared to, like dealing with. So because of that, I would say just make sure you all pay attention to how this market is kind of dropping right now. Look at how they just dropped it out the sky. Straight down to 591. And only those that were playing futures or only those that were playing pretty much Forex, right? Maybe Forex. They're the only ones who were rewarded. Everybody who's playing options pretty much got steamrolled there. Because all that value is now, you know, just killing itself as the market runs up and fills this gap. And remember, we filled about half the gap. And where are we falling from, ladies and gentlemen? Is it a random point? It is not, right? All these gaps, they're just... This is a really good chart too. Look at this. Look at this chart right here. So when you first hit this area, we say enter into quick puts for a quick $2 to $4 drop. And then you got that once, twice, but not really this day, you could say. Kind of got it over here. And then it says enter into calls here for a $10 jump. That's at 603. Because remember, what we want to see here is we want to see the market run up into these new highs. And the only way that's logically possible is if you just start tearing above all the previous supports that you couldn't really tear above, right? So you used to hold on this line here. At least you held on it. Look how much times you held on it, by the way. You held on it right here, right there. I'll color it for you so you can actually see it better. Just give me 1 second. I'm sure you can see it. That orange line right there. So what else can we do here? How's the screen, everybody? Is it good? I was looking for a certain chart, but no, yeah, I can't find it right now. Maybe I closed it out by an accident. King's Point chart was also really good. Look at King's Point, right? You fell when you first touched it. You fell during the next circle. You fell with the last circle. And you even fell with this circle up here perfectly. That's why you ran up there pre-market. It was to touch this level here. So yeah, it was pretty good. So the next location we're going to sell from massively is going to be all the way up here at 615. Got that, everybody? 615 is the next massive location you need to sell from. And then you could say, since we're so high into the sky already, the next thing we could do is probably come up with, I mean, we already did these now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, so we'll see if we just collapse out the sky here. You hit the quarter point, fell right back down to the purple. Perfectly, right? And then down here, where you first opened up, it was at the midpoint. So what I'm thinking is, now yeah, it's probably going to run at least to this midpoint up here. It pretty much filled half the gap so far. And now it's just collapsing from it. They do this every single time, right? And as we see more and more gaps, it's just like we know how to play them. So I can't wait for them to happen, honestly. Let me show you the Weeble. So look at the Weeble, right? They filled about half of it already. You still have this section from after hours from yesterday. And that right there is about $3-4. So we'll see if they just drop you into a new low. That's also possible, right? Fill half of it, drop you into a new low. Once you get that new low, you start, you know, kind of U-shaping right back up into the high, and you fill the rest of it here. So this could basically mean we're still going to hit 604 because there's a gap there, right? Still super close. So if I go ahead and turn this off, you can now see the true size of this gap, which is just 600 to 602.40. Once we start approaching, yeah, it's so funny how you just gapped into another gap. There's just gaps everywhere at this point. We're going to wait until 11 o'clock and then we're going to average down again. In the meantime, we could play some 0 days here. It looks like the momentum's good for that. You fell down about half of it so far. I think I gotta turn some of them off. The computer looks like it's having a hard time here. I'm telling you guys, these reversal points. The market's dancing to it right now. You see this? Alrighty. So it looks like we're almost done with this little situation here. So let's see if we get an additional explosion here. It's 9:51. So let's see if the market wants to blow up higher. It's kind of funny. Today might turn into a ghost touch, but to the opposite direction. A complete flip in the trend, right? Which, again, today's the 13th, so it makes sense why we had that little change in direction there. And now the 13th is basically going to be seen as the low, right? So if this runs up higher, we might just continue to run to the 21st now, which might be our last answer here. I'll be honest with you. Maybe we had to wait until the second week or third week. But I feel like after that, if the market took that news as bad, CPI comes out, and now the market's going to start flipping green. I mean, yeah, it's all purposeful, of course, right? But that's not the main problem here, or the main point that I'm trying to make. The main point that I'm trying to make is what you're going to most likely see here is an explosion, again, straight up to the top to fill the gap. If we continue to fall here, we're just going to fill the other gap to the downside. So what I need you all to do now is go on some of your charting platforms and make sure you highlight that gap below us. Make it stand out. Create like a certain type of unique chart that displays the gap and you understand where the gaps are. Because then you already know how to play with them. Correct, everybody? I've already taught you how to do it. And it works every single time. Sometimes a little bit different than others, of course. But that's just the complexity of the market right there. You got to see how you're even falling into it. How you fell into it. Did you feel half of it? Did you feel a quarter of it? So now that we have the whole zone here, if I just make another zone at the halfway point, which is right about here, as you can see, when you filled it, you filled about half the other gap. So next time you come right back down here, you're probably going to fill maybe this amount. You'll probably fill like that much. So it's just like that blue circle would be left, basically. So again, I'm showing you what to do the second we fall below 596. I mean, I'm going to have you all get into the puts here shortly if this market wants to keep falling like this. So we'll just give it a second here. I want to see what happens at 10 o'clock exactly. Once we get that move at 10 o'clock, we could see how to properly trade that 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock hour in a far better manner, of course, right? That's the only thing that's important here. Let's just see if you get to number one on the opposite side. So at least we could kind of see how the bearishness is slipping in more. Below number one, what you could start doing is playing puts to number 2 and 3. Just to get that same reaction from the top side. You see how it ran up to number 2 and 3, and it fell right before number 3. You might fall right before number 3 down here now. So it could also stop at number 2, right? Like a little bit before it. Maybe the downside's going to be a little bit weaker. We still have to wait to see it. You know what I mean? As of right now, we're still really bullish right now. And now you just reset right back to opening price. So you just right back down to the 0 point. Once we get below number 1, we can officially say the market is becoming more bearish again. If it does not slip below number 1, just be very careful here. You might get bought up instantly to the top again. 5 minutes left. Let's see if they make you consolidate here. They might make you consolidate here. The candles are getting a little smaller. Almost hit number 1. Very close to it. Market still looks bullish. So, let's see what else we could do here. I think we'll let SPY rock for a second. If we fall below 597.21, which was the low of the day, again, just watch out for the first reversal point. That's when you can play a little play from number 1 to number 2. Of course, you can also play to number 4. If you have your monthly puts, again, just make sure that anything that went up 50 to 100%, you always sell. If it's for 2 to 3 months out for the puts, you could just wait a little bit more. Drop hasn't really occurred yet, so you're not really looking to sell. And then for those of you who are still playing calls, your first goal on the short term, because of course calls is the short term goal, and that goal is to basically run up to 609 or 607, right beneath this box right here. So that's pretty much all. That's all we want to see here. We'll give it a chance. We'll give it a second. What else do you want to see? On the monthly side, of course, you want to see us fall out the sky, but the drop hasn't really occurred yet. We need to fall below 591 to confirm this drop to the downside, basically. And remember, there is a gap down at the bottom, of course, because of how low you got. Technically, if you really look at the low on SPY, you went as low as down here. So you technically filled these gaps already. Technically. See? I guess maybe, yeah, it's crazy. They shifted data. So it's not even the same sizes. Yeah, we're going to have to make another chart on that later on. Again, below 596.90. You're going to be playing for a drop to 595.96. It's about like $1. Just in case they buy up the market. If you shut down straight through the zone here, again, you're still holding your monthlies. You're getting rid of your monthlies around 588. So again, that's the first goal. Make sure you write that down. Monthlies, you're going to sell them at 588. You're slightly below number 1 now. Candlesticks are picking up in momentum, right? Got a little bit more speed now. So let's see if you just drop right back down to number 2. Equal reaction, and then we could buy some calls. Look at what they're doing. These people are insane. I love it. All right, everybody, you already know the plan. You know the goal for today. You know what the target is. Gotta give it just a moment here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're number 3 in the world now. Let's see if we can grab that number 1 spot right from underneath their nose. Alrighty. So like we stated before, they just made the market consolidate a little bit more. Candles got a little bit bigger, of course. This last green one is pretty large, right? Straight from number 1 to number 1. So theoretically, if we hold here, you could just go straight up to number 4 now on the upside, which is 601. And then at 601, we might have to make a decision as to whether or not we want to hop in some extra monthly puts just in case, even if it runs up higher. And then at 605, we lock in another set when it blasts past that level. 609, we average down on it. And then 618, we buy the $1,000 contract just in case this market wants to run up a little bit higher. We could wait a little bit. This is the ultimate way to play it. Smaller term contracts might be taking a loss, of course, right? But we're looking at all perspectives, all weekly time frames, monthly, yearly, weekly, and of course the daily. Now since it's at 10 o'clock, again, just give it a second here. Wait for it to start speeding up. In terms of what you could do for today, for the upside, well, it's simple, right? You could see this run all the way to number 4, if not slightly below it. It might run slightly below it now. It could probably run to this level now, right here. Actually, you know what chart? You know what chart I should use for this? Let me fix something real quick. It's time to start using this chart finally. I've been waiting to use it. We only could use this chart when SPY's making a new high. This is like the ultimate chart. As you can see, even on the way right back down, this had all your levels planned like months before. If you guys remember, I had you copy this on your charts. We made it last summer, and it worked for this summer basically. So we're gonna do it again next month. We're gonna make another plan for the next 2 years, 3 years, and then we're gonna see if it works. If we could just follow this simple little plan, right? All right. I think this is fixed actually. I don't gotta fix it. No, yeah, we're good. We're good for a little bit. Let me just copy this over here. Also, I'm gonna upgrade chart number 2 now. I'll show you how I'm gonna do that in a second here. Which group is it? Oh man, they're everywhere. You know what? I probably highlighted it. Nah, yeah. There you go. Actually, why am I moving it on? Can I move this on the 4 hour? I think I could move this on the 4 hour. Let me just copy and paste it. There you go. So I'm not moving it technically. This is a new one. Let's go on the 5 minute now. Please don't break it. I think I broke it, everybody. Alright, let's go ahead and copy it on the 5 minute. I think I could still see it. Oh yeah, it's not that bad. Alright, give me a second. I think I made this on the 5 minute. I don't even remember no more. Again, let's just copy and paste it, just in case I mess it up again, until we find out what time frame we did it on. Let me group this now. Let me delete the other one. Alright, let's see if this is the right way. I think it looks good now. As you can see, every time SPY runs up, it always hits these lines no matter what. So right now you're at the second line. If you're below this basically means you're bearish. Think about it like that. Anytime you're at a line, if you're above it, you're bullish. If you're below it, you're bearish. So this right now is bearish. So you're kind of playing with fire right now. So let's just see if this is going to run above it. If not, wait another 5 minutes. And let's just see if we start falling straight down to the next couple points, right? Again, let me fix this real quick. I think that's how I fixed it before. Yeah, that looks good. So as you can see, every single time you hit a point, look how perfect this chart is. This chart might, yeah, I think this chart is even more perfect than chart number 2, if I'm correct. I just don't like using it because everybody wants to kind of build this chart and they can't no more just because of the time. Same thing with chart number 2. However, chart number 2 has the reversal points. Remember that. This chart also has something special, which is what I was about to show you next. This is the crazy part. You think that's crazy? Just wait for this. Just wait for this. I have no idea where I put it though. We're gonna have to go treasure hunting here. I probably turned it off. That's most likely what I did. Let me go to the 15-minute. Let me see. Why do I have this turned off? Yeah, that's it right there. Now we gotta hunt it down. Oh, there's another one down here. Which one's this one? 54? I'll use the newer one. It's like the perfect music. It feels like I'm repairing a ceiling fan or something. Alright, let's zoom in here. So again, these are all the levels the market needs to hit on a regular basis. You almost hit the green one. Let's see if you're going to do an equal reaction down here and almost hit the red one. And then we're going to look at chart number 2 in correlation with it. And as you can see, you're falling from number 1 and almost falling to number 2, but you're getting instantly bought up. It's not like this morning where you were going straight to that level when you hit the level and then you go above the level. This is weakness. So this market does look, it still does look bullish, you know. And now since you hit number 1 first after hitting number 2 and 3, what I'm thinking this looks like to me is you might just run up higher here. Once you get below number 2, again, the first thing you want to see us do is that equal reaction. So of course you can get into a cheap call, $10, $20. 601 call wouldn't be a bad idea because it's at the top of the reversal points, right? It's about how many dollars away now? It's about $4 away, so you'll be about $5 away, basically, when you buy that call, which means it's going to drop down to about $27. So you could put a limit to buy the 601 call that costs $45 right now, you could put it at like 35, 33. Just in case the market keeps like wicking down, you might be able to get filled at a really cheap price and then the market swings right back up, right? If it's just going to continue to head lower, again, you're not at 591, you know? I wouldn't be thinking about us going lower until we fall to that level. Once we fall to that level, we got to hit 588. If we don't snap up no more, straight down to 570, 575, 565, all the way down to 548. So we had to fall a really far distance, which means you shouldn't be concerned about the bigger options. You know, the leaps, those leaps you bought at the top of 605, you should still be holding them, of course. Do not sell out of nothing yet until we hit at least 570, 560. And then for the calls that we're getting, calls that we average down on, we're waiting for 11 o'clock. See if we can get some super cheap prices. Maybe buy one more, right? Wouldn't be a bad idea. Then we'll have 3 in total. First 2 are at 80. And then the second one would be at like maybe 40, maybe 30. So yeah, just give it a moment. And then for the calls, again, we're trying to play for the new high. 609, 607, somewhere around there. I do think the market could get stuck at 604, so that's the only problem, because that's the gap to the top. It might just go slightly above it and then stop right there. So the 606 contracts may be a little too far now, but we'll have to see. We'll give it a chance. We'll give it an opportunity. We'll average down at its dedicated time, just like how we did in the morning, right? placed my order to buy a third contract for 606 for a couple days out. Again, my third contract, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't fill. Remember that. It's at $44 right now, so it's not at that price yet. I'm just putting it ahead of time so I don't have to worry about it later on today if we continue to fall. The next price you're going to average down at is going to be at around $10, $15, and we're going to try to see if we can do this at the end of the day. And then that's the final play for that little set of contracts. After that, we're going to hop into something else, and we're going to see how it does. Remember, this is truly how you're supposed to play the market. Just wait and see. Just wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. Just take notes of everything. All right, everybody. So SPY finally did the equal reaction. So again, that's a complete equal reaction now. If the market gets bought up here, the first thing you're looking for is for it to run to number 4. So I'm looking at some of the calls right now. I'm looking at some $10 calls for some 0 days. So again, there you go. If you had that call that I told you to purchase earlier, which is the 601, it dropped to $30 and $35. So your contract should have filled, basically. Everybody got that call? Everybody got a 601 call? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Again, you did an equal reaction. We'll see if it forces you to go down lower, of course. But just remember one thing. Nobody plays the market better than us when it's doing something crazy and all over the place. Don't forget that. It never changes. No matter how much I wanted to, honestly. It's like when the market does something crazy, it just forces you to just, I guess, try a little bit harder, you know? So anyways, we'll take a look at SPY in a little bit here. We'll go ahead and stare at NVIDIA, maybe Tesla. We got rid of our Tesla position, so we'll see if we can go down lower. Once we get down below 309, I want to see if Tesla could fall down to the ultimate low. As I told everybody yesterday, the second you're below 320, which you got another buy for this put here, we could buy a Tesla put for today and play this continuation to the downside. But it's risky, you know, if it pops above 320 and wants to go higher because of the robo-taxi news, right? The unveilment, it could just pop crazy. So what I'm thinking is they're just going to sell off the news, maybe. Maybe this is the reason why Tesla touches the floor here. Go straight down to 300. And then once we touch 300, we're hopping into another call later on. Okay, let's check SPY real quick. What's going on here? Are we bouncing? Are we falling through it? You're still holding on that equal reaction. So again, what is an equal reaction? It simply ran up to a certain point perfectly on my chart, just like how I teach everybody, right? You have to kind of pay very close attention to the in-between moves, because what that means is when you fall down, it could do the same thing, which is what it did here. So maybe you had a crazy 0-day option that would have saved you right there. The value is draining itself, and of course it could go lower. I agree with you, but that's not how you trade. It could go lower. Does that make sense? You got an equal reaction. So that means there was something predictable, something planned. Anything more than it is cherries on top. So you shouldn't really play with that, especially if you're playing with fire, right? Gotta take it nice and easy. Thank you, SPY. Just keep going up higher now, please. Did my contract get filled? I don't think my call got filled, my other one. So we'll wait. We'll see if maybe it'll get filled in a little bit here. If we continue to fall, of course. This still looks like the market's going to snap right back up to the highs. You guys got that 601 call? How's it doing? How's it doing back there? Let me see those gains. Come on now. You already, it's crazy. You're already up on it. So you can put your stop loss. Everybody, you're done for the day. You had your 20% gain. Make sure you have a good weekend. Make sure you take a little step out. Take a little break. And then maybe at like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you'll jump right back in. Just to see how the SPY calls are doing if you want to hold it for like the afternoon session. You shouldn't really want to get rid of it right now, honestly. If I'm playing a call right now, I'm holding that thing till 11:30, maybe 12 o'clock. It's just, you got to play with the time. Everything is a timed event. That's why you hit the low at 10:30, right? But that's what we were waiting for, and we waited for a perfect entry, and look at that. The perfect entry worked out instantly, right? Literally instantly for those 0 days. And then for the other contracts that we averaged down on, we're still waiting to buy another one. But Yeah, we just gotta give it a second. All right, give me a second, everybody. So how much profit you guys made so far on that trade? Was it good so far? Let me actually check the contracts. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're gonna start playing with the $1 million account with the SPY options here. I think I sold out of everything for Tesla this morning because we were up 18,000, 23,000 on it, something like that. So I got rid of that already. That's gone. Let's go check how much the count is at right now. We're number 3 in the world, by the way. So now we're number 3 in the world. Everybody else lost their position. They couldn't handle the heat of the market dropping out the sky, which is okay. It happens. They just couldn't deal with it. So the next thing I want to see here is, will our second part of this option work out? Will we be able to still go up to 606? Right now the options should be up. Let's check it. About 15 to 50%. So they're up about 50%. So whatever money you're up, whatever money you put in, you basically made half of it already back. So if you want, you could put a stop loss just in case if the market yanks out the sky because it's moving pretty quickly. And then maybe you'll be able to buy another call at the bottom at number 4. That could be the case, right? It falls down from... because now you're at the sender point, right? You're at the 0 spot. In terms of equal reaction, you had an equal reaction when you ran up to the top of 2 and 3, and then you fell down to 2 and 3, and now you're back at the opening price. So it's all equal reactions. It's like snapping between certain levels. So now that everything is erased, we're done with the move. Now it's the next move that's going to take over, which is probably going to be maybe the weekly move. Maybe. Let me see how much did you go up and down on SPY already? Did you do $3 yet? If you did $3, that means the daily move is done. Yeah, you did $3.74. The daily move is done. So now you're gonna start doing the weekly move. So we'll see if the weekly move takes us into the high. Sometimes the weekly moves, they just scatter us throughout the day, and it's just sideways and weird all over the place. You know what I mean? We could get that for a Friday, but what I'm thinking is maybe this Friday will be the low and a high at the same time, which means we're gonna run up to 604.90, 605. Still, basically. See what's going on over here, Johan. You missed the calls? That's all good, Johan. I appreciate you letting me know that. You had 453,000. There we go. 453,000, Johan. Excellent. But yeah, if you guys want to understand the market as well as I do here, and if you're confused as to why I keep perfectly predicting this stuff, again, set up your one-on-ones. I got to see what your charts look like, because the charts are everything. They explain every single move that has happened so far, and they continue to do so, honestly. Take, for example, this chart right here, this easy chart. I think I created this live on YouTube, I think. I don't think I created any private videos for this, but what does this say, ladies and gentlemen? Next location will sell from. Of course, you would have bought the puts over here. You would have been losing money, 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 and then you snap out the sky, and now you're up right now. Of course, as long as you average down at the proper points, I would have had you average down at 605, right at the top right there. So that's the reason why we started talking about the 605 puts when we were at the top. Actually, I told you guys to buy those puts right here, if you remember, directly at 605. So the second you hit 605, you buy the put. And if you look at the high right there, it literally hit that high perfectly. I was taking care of something in the background, so again, I apologize for those that didn't hear it in the moment of, but I did say in the morning if you were here. So as long as you're here at 9:30, you'll pretty much know how to trade for the whole entire day. I think we already talked about everything now. We talked about the lower downside, how we're going to play it. We talked about the upper portion of this trend here, the 601 to like 602, and then once we get above those, we'll see if we can run to 606. Cause I think we might just run to straight to 609 if you pop above 601. I just don't like how you're so close to 601. That's not a good thing. I don't know if you guys understand that. Let me show you. If you're looking at my chart, keep looking at it for a second here. Let's give you something that's a little bit more clean. They're all crazy. But, so this chart, I created it in the summer or November. I forgot when I created this, honestly. I think I created it, yeah, November. Maybe November. No, that was the new DARP. This is the older one. I created this in July. No, I think like October. Maybe like October, September. Something like that. But it's besides the point. The point that I'm trying to make here is this is staircasing still. This is a clear staircase in my opinion. Look at this. You hit the bottom of the box perfectly pre-market when the market fell out the sky. The reason why I did that was to hit the point. I told you guys it was going to do something like this where it was going to move after hours. I was kind of hoping it was going to be a gap up, right, to finish the gap so we could be over with this and actually truly fall out the sky, because this is not truly falling out the sky. You would collapse $9 already. You would collapse in total right now, top to bottom. If you look at the opening price, you only fell down technically $1, $2. That's terrible. So this is what the market is going to do when it's falling out the sky. Again, that doesn't mean the market's falling out the sky. The momentum is not there for the downside. It did kick into the downside, of course. But again, that was after it filled the gap, right? Or half of the gap, I should say, because that's exactly what we thought in the morning. We said, again, if you fill half the gap and drop down below 599, you're going to fall straight down to 601. We said 599. We just said you would fall below it. I don't think we gave you a level, actually. I did tell you it was going to fall down here and potentially fill this gap, but we just bounced on top of it. So again, this just looks even more bullish right now. They don't want to fill those gaps yet. So we'll wait for tomorrow. Maybe we might be automatically at 603, 604 tomorrow. We do a crazy jump all the way up to 607, 608. We finish what we need to do to the top. It opens at 606. We get out of our contracts. And then boom, we walk away. That's kind of the plan right now. Again, tomorrow as in Monday, of course, right? I know tomorrow's Saturday. But yeah, that's all we're looking for right now. And then for the Forex trade, I think you fell out the sky here. And no, I did not get out the trade. I didn't get out of it. Not yet, at least. I wanted to see it hit the top perfectly. Since it didn't hit the top perfectly this time, next time I trade Euro, I won't be looking for the top. Because I'm going to correct my mistake. Next time, I'm going to sell out here instead. A little bit sooner. So again, this is just a giant learning game, you know? How fast can you learn and how fast can you force a situation to go good in your favor, right? And then at the same time, can you make yourself lose on purpose? Of course, not on purpose sometimes, right? But can you give yourself a harder trade to make yourself learn something? You need hard trades. If you don't have hard trades, you're not going to have home run wins wherever you look. The only reason why I look at any company and have home run wins, no matter what, is because of the perspective, is because of how I look at things. So I'm trying to put you in that same mindset, basically. Just got to give it a second. Give everything a second. If we're going to fall, we're going to fall. I can't stop that, of course. But at least we could play everything properly. And as long as we play everything properly, I don't know, we just get better every time we do it. Or every time something happens and it goes against us, to now have to average down at certain locations and to create a plan where it does go with what we wanted to do still and still end up on top, I think it's possible. Just you have to pay attention to the bigger scale. You can't just make your decisions on certain short-term attributes, especially when you have when you don't have my charts. you got to make sure you guys start building some of these charts here, because I know some of you only have a few of them. I gave you guys the DARP chart. You ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I gave you ladies and gentlemen the DARP chart on the class we had 3 weeks ago. So as long as you copy that Tesla chart, you'll be able to have unlimited buys and sells for Tesla going into the next couple years, and that's where all the money is. That's my favorite company to trade. So I already gave you my favorite company's DARP chart, and if we just take a look, let's just see if it's working. I have no idea where I put it. There it is. Let me turn off my refraction chart. It's like light reflecting. I forgot who gave it that name. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So when Tesla fell out the sky, you perfectly hit the DARP. Then you perfectly hit the midpoint, then the quarter point, then the top point, broke above it, hitting the next quarter point. You don't believe me? Watch this. If I copy this box here and I put it right on top, it stops in between that line right there and the bottom line right there. So it's just doing equal reactions all over the place. And if it's doing an equal reaction and you go from 280 to 219, do you understand how much capital you guys can make here? I hope you understand. That's why I gave you guys this chart, because this is absurd. Like, look at this. Look how it perfectly hit the 1/4 point. And if I go to the right side, what does this say? Go all the way to the right side. Just keep going. I think I made this on the weekly. Give me 1 second. There you go. Alrighty. So as you can all see, you have an orange circle perfectly at the level that Tesla ran to. And we had this days before Tesla did this. And again, if you want this class, it's in the Discord. Go into DARP version 2, I think I have it under. We're going to start going over all the classes right now. I'm going to show you guys what you need. And yeah, we're just going to organize it a little bit better. That's what we could do with our time right now. It'll be efficient, right? By the way, with oil, look at how crazy that is. I don't know how I predicted it so perfect. I mean, it's because of King's Point, of course, right? Like, I use King's Point, but that's absurd. Like, that's crazy. And remember, we don't trade oil. We just like making charts for all of these companies because, of course, it enhances our understanding and allows us to trade with the same style for pretty much any name in the world. And most of these charts, look at this right here. This is Palladium Futures. Who trades Palladium? I have no idea. Have I ever traded it? Nope. But look how crazy this is. Above 952, you'll run to 109. So as you can see, above this point here, you see how it starts staircasing above it, but it's still hitting that area mostly. That's the wild part, is that you're not only staircasing into these areas, which means that you don't get perfect entries certain days. There's only like only a few days where you get perfect entries, where it's like falling from the top perfectly like this, and then straight down to the bottom. Like that right there would have been a perfect entry. Straight from 109, because it's at the literal bottom of the box. Like the drawing tells you. If it's strength, if it's strong, it's going to run above it higher. But then again, look at these trends here. It's like staircasing up, but then dropping down. Staircasing up, but then dropping down bigger. Staircasing up, it just dropped down bigger than this. So it's like following that trend. You would have probably bought puts here. If not, I would have bought the puts like right here. Would that worked out later on? It did work out later on. Look at that. That's where I would have bought them. Because if you look at the spacing in between the tops of these boxes here, look how crazy this is. Look at the spacing in between here. If you take that range and you put it on top of here, right? The market probably should have ran to here instead. So that's why I probably would have waited for the midpoint, because I would have waited for it to do something a little bit more extreme and then yank down, which it did that over here to the right. So that's excellent. Okay, so this is perfect. Should we go over gold? Gold's making a new high, everybody, by the way. So you might start breaking out here. I got gold trapped inside of a bird cage right here. Doesn't look like it wants to get out, so we'll leave it. We'll see if we can have this run up to this level here. Once we get above this orange box, you can start playing some calls on gold. So again, you can go long on the futures if you guys have your future applications ready and live. If you do not have the extra, 2, 3, 4,000, I would not be playing this right now. This is for those of you who have an extra 2, 3, 4,000. If you don't have an extra 2, 3, 4,000, just recognize that this is one of the things I'm going to have you trade later on. We're trading the whole world. Every single ticker, every single name, crypto. Maybe not crypto, not right now, but maybe in like 4 years when crypto becomes a little bit more stable, we'll do it. This MSTR trade is getting on my nerves. This thing is killing the account. I think we're down 20,000 on that trade right now. It still looks strong. That's the only problem. Like, it's not yanking out the sky and making this new low. It's just staircasing into the bottom like how it did it over here. And then it yanks up. So we're going to wait for these days right there. That's what we're looking for. Is a group of days like this right here. And if you measure the downside, watch this, right? You can measure the top of over here. Measure the bottom of over here. How long that took? 2 days. Measure the top over here. So we'll see. Maybe it might take double the time. 4 days. 8 hours. So 4 days, 16 hours, right? That's double the time. And maybe it might drop down even lower. So we'll also have that inside of the thought. And then the main idea is to see if this is going to have an equal reaction straight up to that new high. 405. So again, we're going to take this very slow. It's still following the bigger chart. I know the chart it doesn't look good. I know. But I got lazy with it. I don't really need to have everything on the screen looking perfect. I just need what works, And I'll teach you guys how to do this probably, so you could do it simpler. Let's find something we don't have this chart done on, and then we already did it here. Look, you're just stuck in the midpoint. Look how crazy this chart looks. This is the Coinbase chart. This is probably one of my favorite crypto charts. This thing looks amazing. For those of you who got into your puts early, like I know Danny bought some puts. Look at that. Excellent job, Danny. You saw what was good in that moment. You made an educated decision. And look at that. Smashing it out the park here. So you can still hold it, of course, for it to fall down to 200. But just watch that 200 moving average. See if it might lead to like 3-4 days of consolidation. So yeah, just be on your toes with this. If it's good profit and you like it, I mean, yeah, you could always claim it, of course, and then hop into another one, right? Remember, the person who ends up selling their contracts at 20%, 25% is the person who's going to hit $1 million. If you keep always waiting for more and you keep always being, money focused, it's never going to go your way. So for those of you who are still doing that, make sure you, of course, fix that and you sort it out. It has nothing to do with the money. It's about technicals. That's the only thing you care about. Target is falling lower, right, by the way, so we might be able to get that cheaper contract down here at the bottom. We bought something for 200 right here. It was up 7. Now it's down 7. Actually, no, it's down 25 now. That's perfect. That's perfect. Let me tell you why. Because what's going to occur here is one of two things. You're going to continue to fall here. Or we're going to fall down to here and buy a second one. That's actually where we're buying it. This green arrow here. Let me turn it green so you can see it. This is the midpoint. So this is orange. And then this is where we bought it. And then this is our next buying point if we continue to fall. Simple, ladies and gentlemen. But like I was saying, let's say you get a drop, right? Which is like these drops over here. Well, the one thing you have to look at is the 4 hour, right? Or the 1 hour. They both work. And then you're looking for something that looks similar to the bigger picture and the smaller picture at the same exact time. And all right, we're on the bigger picture now. So if you look at Target and look at how it fell from these highs up here, look at the tippity tops to the bottom right here. Let's go ahead and color this box just like that. So inside that green box right there, you have a certain size and a certain range. it's kind of funny because it doesn't look perfectly similar, but look at the peaks, look at the troughs, look at how it's hitting a high, hitting a low, hitting a high, hitting another low, running up, hitting a high, kind of equalizing a little bit here. Still doing the same trend where you have 3 peaks, right? 1, 2, 3 peaks, 1, 2, 3 peaks. Still doing the same thing. And you're still doing it over here too. 1 peak, dips down. You need to have it drop. And not just a little baby drop like that, but a good drop, a decent drop. Where if I'm looking at the left side and I'm looking at the right side, my eyes can quickly decipher between small moves and quick moves. So, again, you're just trying to decipher between the small moves, quick moves, big moves, the same moves, everything that rhymes. You had to become literally a robot when you're trying to note take here. So, go like that, go like that, take that range, put it on top of the other range, and it's kind of about half of it. So it's like you're doing half of the range. You still have the 3 peaks, right? After a giant drop right here, you run up, you have another peak over here. It is a little different, right? They don't look the same. Maybe you, if you would like, you can count all of them on top, right? So that's 1 peak, 2 peaks, dips down. Maybe you can count this as 3 and 4. I wouldn't though. Let's just say you count these 2 as 3. So that's 1 over here, 2, that's 3, and that's 4. You could say it's 4 peaks. So what does that mean and what does that tell me? It tells me that the market's changing directions, changing trends, perhaps, right? So if I'm looking at this on the smaller term, you're not going to see this and you're never going to be able to tell. But if you start dropping it now on the 1 hour, look at that trend with 3 peaks. And what did you get right here, ladies and gentlemen, so far? On like a really small micro scale, that's the first thing my eyes just instantly went to. 1 peak, 2 peaks, 3 peaks. Maybe there might be a 4th one. But when we have this 4th one, it might just take you outside of this whole range. So that's kind of like a way of trading that I use for most companies, is anything occurring on the small micro scale within like the last couple months is something that could occur and will occur and has occurred on the monthly already. Those moves, they've already occurred, right? They're over here somewhere. We just got to find them, and it takes a long time. That's why I don't do this work for all these companies, because it just takes a really long time. Even for me to do it for Tesla, it's just a lot. Even though I've done it for Tesla. And just SPY as well. Just SPY and Tesla. That's the only companies I've really deeply, completely broken down their structure to understand it, you know, past the normal means. Where it's just like, all right, this is absurd. Like, how did it fall to this level perfectly pre-market? Right back to the top perfectly. It's about to hit 320, so you might get another entry here. Just watch out if it pops above it. I'm not personally trading it no more. I don't want anything to do with it anymore. I already made too much capital from this. So we're going to take a step back for a second here. And yeah, we're not going to mess with this. Sometimes you have to do that. Let me tell you. If you're ever making 100, 200,000 in a certain name, just cut it. If you make 100, 200,000 in a month, I would honestly, it depends. If you're not emotional when you get to that level and you're not going crazy and you're able to kind of maintain that crazy level, because it is a crazy level. Don't get it twisted. That's insane to make 100, 200,000 from something, especially something you learned, you know, online, something you learned from one person. That's crazy. That would always be something like wild. So yeah, just take your time with it. Take your time with it. But yeah, if you make 100, 200K, I would take a step back. That's the one thing I always regretted, by the way, is when I first hit 100K, I should have just took out 20,000, 25K. I should have paid off my car at the time. I should have taken out a little bit more money and maybe went on a vacation. But I didn't do none of that. I wanted everything in the market. I wanted to hit 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. Because when you really want to change people's lives, most people, they say they want to change people's lives and they want to do stuff for people, but they never do it. And they do it at a small scale. And a small scale is not bad. I'm not saying nothing bad about that. That's a good thing. But here's the thing. With a small scale, you're not changing nothing. You're just making one person's life better. Which is a good thing again. It's a good thing. It's something that's substantial. It's positive. However, I want to help millions. I want to help thousands. I want to help everybody. Every child I see this on the street, every mother I see this on the street, every this, every that, every man I see that needs help on the street, everybody. That's the way it should be. If you're not that passionate and that enthusiastic about it, it's never going to happen for you. So that's the reason why for me it's just like, I just got to see it one way. I understand the other way, the other perspectives, of course. I could put myself in other people's shoes. But no, yeah, I do things one way. One way and no other way. Because then you can actually reach that crazy level in terms of your thought process. Take for example, how did I know SPY was going to run up? It's a secret. The crystal ball told me. We're just going to give it a second. See if it actually could run up to 601. Because then you guys are going to go in the money. And you guys are going to be up like 1,000%. Maybe 500%. Which means any money you guys put into that trade, you're up 5 times, 10 times. No, yeah, my third one didn't get filled, unfortunately. My third option did not get filled yet. I ran right back up. That's all good. I thought it was going to drop to 30. It should have dropped to 30 flat. We'll see if it's going to drop at maybe 1 or 2 o'clock. Maybe that was the reason why. The options, they were losing a lot of value. And then they stopped losing a lot of value towards the bottom there. So it stood at 49. No, 40. It hit 39, 40. So we were off by $9. But that's okay. We still have 2 more plays. Let's not be greedy here. Let's be happy. So, again, let's see if we're going to fill this gap now. You saw how you pretty much filled half of it, had a new low. So now you can run up higher. We'll see if you do so. Give it a second. There's nothing else for us to pay attention to. You guys could go handle your business now. Come back here at maybe 11:30, maybe 12 o'clock. We'll give it a second. I think SPY is getting shy that we're looking at it. We'll leave it alone. What you gonna do, Tesla? All right, I'm definitely changing the song. What is this? Is this like a... There's no way this is a electric funk. This sounds like a AutoZone commercial. It sounds like somebody took an AutoZone commercial and just added beats to it. All right, everybody. So just like that, what do you know? Everybody's options should be basically about, you're almost in the money. So your options are already up 300%. That means whatever money you put in, if you put in 10,000, you would have taken out 30,000 right there. If you just followed my instructions and you just entered into that trade. Again, it was simple. We were just working on the equal reaction idea and using the market as like a little pedestal to kind of see what we could do in a better way. So again, we looked at the market, we waited for something to occur, and then we used it against the market. Because now we knew the momentum, we knew how it was moving, we knew the temperature. And yeah, look at that. Let me see those gains, everybody. You could sell them now, by the way. You're up a really good amount. You could just take that gain and walk away. You're pretty much done for the whole week. You're already finished with next week's gains, honestly, if you got into that trade there. So let's see who got into the trades. Let's see who actually... Let me see. Okay, give me 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe what we have time today? It's pretty cool, right? What is this, like dubstep or something? What's going on here? I need some... This sounds nice. I'll put the music up a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we have predicted the future once again. Look at the way it's perfectly fallen off of the reversal point number 4. Look at the way it wanted to run back to 601. Look at how beautiful that looks. And for those of you who bought your contracts at the bottom when I told you to buy it at $35 or $30, you made more money than people that traded $100 contracts, $200 contracts, $300 contracts with just a little tiny play, just one of them. You made 240%. So that means theoretically you guys should have made a few hundred here. So let's see if you guys properly put your money into that trade. Remember, one problem we've been having this whole week as I'm talking to everybody over the phone is nobody's putting the correct amount of capital into their trades. Remember, I already wrote down how I want you all to trade in the Discord. It's in the options channel. It's also on my screen, right? Number 5, number 4, what to do with it, how to play insurance against it. But it's mostly written in the Discord. So I tell you how to scale your account. You just gotta listen to the rules, ladies and gentlemen. You got this. Come on now. Go on a treasure hunt. Make sure you take it nice and slow, alright? We'll go on a nice treasure hunt just so you could find out where all this information is. Everything's on the Discord. And yeah, let's see if you're gonna drop now from number 4 straight down to another lower number. And then we'll see if maybe... Let's look at the puts right now. We might be able to get into a nice little put play here. Tesla is flying in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. I think we did a good job making sure we got out of that Tesla play. Oh my goodness, that would have been bad. Let's go check what's going on here. Where's the DARP? It's like we need to send in the team to turn on the DARP. I gotta have teams of people that are gonna post these DARP charts daily. Probably gonna have to pay them though. Or maybe we can work on a system with everybody. Because again, I could go over 100 names in a day. I just need you guys to be able to scan them and trade them and, you know, come up with some really good ideas. Bring it to the group, bring it to the team, and everybody helps each other.
Or maybe, just maybe, they can make their own dub check.
Say that again?
I said maybe, just maybe, they can make their own DARP charts.
Say that again? You said make their own DARP charts? Like, what do you mean? Like their own variation of it?
Yeah, I mean, you give them a tutorial. It's not hard to follow.
No, of course. Of course. You know, everything here is pretty much the same stuff on those charts that we went over last month. And pretty much last I wouldn't say last year because we didn't really do. I mean, we did DARP on Tesla, but it doesn't look as good as this. It was a little bit more crazy and all over the place with all the lines. So at least the one we did last week, before you even fell out the sky, so that was perfect. That was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. You did fall out the sky, right? Perfectly off the DARP, and then you landed on the DARP again, right? So again, this is very usable. But what I'm specifically saying is, in the future, because I plan on making this a big business, and I'm not a person who likes to help one person. I'm a person who likes to help as much people as possible. What we will need to do, is create teams of people who are going to be putting that idea out. That's what I was referring to. So it was simply just planning for the future, just so you understand. Because, no, yeah, I'm planning on making this as big as possible. I'm going to have probably like a whole entire section of the building dedicated to trading, you know, or teaching styles where people can teach remotely, or, you know, we could do something big and massive later on, but whatever's going to help be able to teach people and show people, because once they can see and they have some vision, then they commit and they start truly really changing their lives. And that's all I want to see here. Just like an undefeated system of being able to help people and change their lives. That's the goal.
You should come out with a dark book.
No, yeah, that DARP is going to be honestly the first book I released. It was going to be Supply and Demand Zones. I mean, honestly, that was going to be the first one. But then I decided to just completely change that whole entire idea. I was just like, no, yeah, I kind of want DARP to do it.
That DARP is like a $30 book. $40 book by itself.
Right? It would be an awesome book, I think. I have some charts. Let me see if I have this right here. Look at, so this is how the DARP used to be. This is the first DARP ever. Let me show you. I just remembered it. Let me see. I think it's on SPX and it should be here. Let's see. Because once I saw DARP and I knew it was gonna work for Spy, I was like, oh, SPX, come here. And it worked so beautifully. It was insane. But it was only the monthly one. It wasn't the advanced one. But I guess the monthly one is still pretty much the same style we're using now. Let me see. Where is it? Is this it? Oh, no. This is the crazy. I don't know what's going on here. Let's go. What's this? No? Maybe it's my other account. Doctor, where are you? Nope, not this one. Is it ES? It shouldn't be ES. It should be SPX. All right, I have one more account I could check. Let me see. Let's go. SPX. Why do I have so much SPXs? There you go. All right, everybody. So this right here, this is how many trading styles I used here. And I did this in July. So in July, when we were creating our trading styles last year, and remember, I created DARP last year. So when I created it, it was a combination of 1, 2, 3, 4. We called it DARP DARPidation. I remember that. That's so funny. But it was like DARP and consolidation, and then call and put entries, path strat, fish strat. The fish is a little bit more, I would say, obnoxious and a little bit unneeded. Kind of makes it a little bit too comedic, a little bit too childish, I guess. But I don't know. It was just a funny way of looking at the market, and it works. That was the cool part. It truly does work. It still works even to now, the fish. Like if I turned them on, watch how crazy this is. You see this big drop right here? Like you see how the market just fell out the sky like that? This is how it looked on my SPX chart. And remember, I made this in the summer of last year. So if you look at all the major points where you wanted to get magneted to, the yellow, the orange, just look at how crazy it's just like perfectly hitting these lines. And remember, this is SPY, this is SPX. If you can trade this, the amount of money you would make is mind-blowing. So I was thinking like, all right, if I could learn how to trade this properly and use this, maybe I'll be able to trade it. I still don't even want to trade it. I'm good. Like the amount of money you make, it's like, it's really bad. Like it's bad for the soul. Is the best way I can explain it. That's the reason why I just don't do it. Because it's just like whenever you trade SPX, it's like you're always trying to go for something. Either, but that's the thing, is like when you get to that certain level and you become very knowledgeable, then you can, I guess, speak from a level where you can control that want of looking at just the money. Because when you're looking at just the money, there's going to be a mistake, like a really big one. I noticed that every single time I would trade. When every single time I wasn't looking at the actual technicals and I was trying to make this a money thing, it wouldn't work out because I wasn't even doing it correctly. If it was about the money is all, statistics. It's like numbers. So like you had to work on probabilities because statistics, go off of probabilities, right? The likelihood that a human would do something or say this or say that. So you can kind of say that just knowing kind of like human intelligence and human psychology, you can already tell what a human's already going to do in terms of the good and bad, like this, the full scale of it, right? So again, this is very important, right? The reason why is because what's going to happen is eventually you're going to get to a point where the only thing that actually kills your account is you looking at the money. That's what actually killed my account every time. It was because I just kept looking at the money every single time. So I kind of like banned myself from ever trading this again. Because the last time I traded it, I took a loss and it was unnecessary. I literally forced it. So it's just like, you know what? That's not proper to do. Because I probably caused a couple of other people to lose, So it's just like, nah, yeah. This is too much. We'll just trade with SPY where I can have you start with like $5 accounts, $10 accounts, $20 accounts. And believe it or not, you could still trade SPX like that. That's why now I'm starting to become a little bit more, I guess, friendly with it. If I see a little bit more of you trade it, who knows? Maybe I might start trading it. It's just like, nah, yeah. It's too much. Like Tesla's already a lot. The way Tesla moves, $100,000 account is already, what, 200-300 almost? 220K? And that's just from most of the Tesla wins. So it's kind of crazy, Imagine that was SPX, you would have made 2-3 million probably in that same time frame. If we're being honest, like if you actually played the big drop, it took you straight from the sky, straight down to 540. You would have probably made on just that drop with, let's just say you had 100,000, you would have probably made like 20 million. No, that's 20 million. That's too much. Maybe like 2 million off of that drop right there, like 1.8 million. It wouldn't have been that insane, and the reason why is because the value was getting shredded when SPY was going down. So, let's go back to the SPY chart real quick. So again, when you were losing all this value, right there, you pretty much killed the contracts for down here. So like they did go up, they went up a lot, but you doing this and the time it took you to do this, I think it was like 2 weeks, right? March 13th. Yeah, it's literally like 2 weeks. It took you 2 weeks, and that pretty much does kill monthly value and calls. So it's like everything like 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, 4 weeks out, a month out, those were also dying as well because you took 3 weeks or 2 weeks to do this. So you can say like up to like a month out, 2 months out, they probably died. And because you went down again, you going down probably maybe reestablish just a little bit extra value. So that means like, let's say your contract went up, probably from here to here, you would have went up 900K, you could say. From 100K, you would have been up probably like 900%. And then right here, you would have been up, you would have lost maybe, you probably would have lost like 50% of it, half of it, if not more than half, like 60-70% of it. And if your contract expired down here, you would have been screwed if it expired on the 7th. Even if it fell down there on that day, you would have made good money, of course, but the amount of money you could have been projected to win, you're already messing up. And it's like, that's the problem with SPX. It will it'll make you feel like you want to jump off a building because you're going to see such crazy money. It's like literally like jumping in the fast lane every time. That's what it's like playing SPX. It's literally the fast lane. You know what I mean? So it will cause you to make mistakes eventually. So you just got to kind of put as low as, capital usage, Put as small of a number as possible. Don't put too much capital into it. Now, again, when this falls down here, this size of, that first box is actually kind of funny because it's almost the size of this box, right? So that's how, again, how I timed the market. But that's not the point of this. The point of this is if you would have had contracts that expired, let's say right here in April 22nd, over here you would have been fine. You would have had pretty much, it's like a curve, right? So imagine this right here. This is like the best possible gain that one can get. The curve just, right? Let's just say it looks like that. What occurs is whenever you're having this, like let's just say like right here is the halfway point. That's like 900K, right? So that's 900 right there. Is right at that level. That's 100K right here. So what happens is there's a certain curve. There's a certain estimation of what that dollar amount could be worth. And usually these applications like Moomoo or Webull, this is the curve that they show you when you try to like move your option for the days that they have left. It kind of shows you this curve. Webull has, I think, the smartest curve, the way that you could display the information. So you can actually understand the true value of stuff if it goes up and down. Sometimes Webull is a little bit crazy though. It kind of like messes with the implied volatility and a couple other factors, like the risk-free rate. Like that's also something you got to kind of acknowledge and understand. But the point of this that I'm trying to make is up here, you're only going to be able to make a certain amount of money. There's a certain velocity to the contract. And as you start to ramp up because you're going down, if your contract's in the money right here, yes, this velocity will actually start to sharpen. It'll start to slowly tick up and up and up and up and up. And whatever you're projected to make, you're just massively in the money right now. But what mostly happens is most people, they only have a couple days left of their time, like on the contracts. You know, they don't have that much time left. So if they had contracts that expired in April, towards the end of April, they would have been fine. If it was towards the beginning of April, that's why sometimes your contracts go up, right? And it's like the day of this. You know how much times this used to happen to me with Tesla? I can't even express it to you guys. But Tesla would go up. The next day, it's going up higher. The IV is fine. Everything's fine. There's the contracts are just dead. There's nothing there. And every single time, I used to think that just because I still had time left, that was the reason why, you know, that was fine. But what I realized is the less time you have in terms of days, in terms of months, you lose, of course, more money, right? Because data's more for contracts that are closer. However, it's just the potential, it goes away pretty much. Like there's no money. Like there's money floating, of course. There's millions, billions of dollars being transacted, but the value for that contract, all the features that it was being multiplied on, the gamma, the delta, the theta, the amount of people who are in the market, the momentum, you know, all that stuff, it does matter. And most of the time with Tesla, it snaps from people hating him to loving him to hating him to loving him, and is very, very, very aggressive. But it's like you could learn that, is what I've, you know, kind of like come to realize throughout time, is you can actually learn that. It's hard, I would say, but with SPY and SPX, I'll be real with everybody. This thing is the hardest thing to trade probably in the world. Maybe there's, what can I think of something is harder than this? The only thing that's harder than this is maybe a company with no volume. Like, you know, it has barely anything. Something you could barely even trade in the first place. Maybe something like that, of course, right? But in terms of the complexity of SPY, even if you read the Dow literally follows the SPY. Everything follows the tune of the SPY. Of course, because of the companies that it's consisted of, right? So it's like, what you want to do is you want to find companies who have this crazy yield, like this crazy little S-curve where like the value just goes up crazy. And you kind of want to just keep playing with those companies. Because everything else, like you're going to get to a point where you trade Tesla, you trade Intel, and then you try to trade like SMCI and it's dead. And you're like, why isn't this thing moving? Nvidia's moving. It's a semiconductor. Intel's moving. You know, Microsoft is moving. Why isn't this moving? All the computer stocks are moving. It makes no sense. Why is SMCI down? Well, that right there, my friend, is God trying to teach you a lesson. That's the only way you could view it, in my opinion. So, as long as you see it that way, you can easily not feel a single emotion, not feel a single thing. You don't have time to feel. You have time to create and get better, right? So it's like that stuff is going to affect your mentality and the flow of how you think. It takes you from perfect and from flowing to imperfect and not flowing, right? And that's all I was doing to you guys last year. Now I'm sure you can pretty much tell the consistency of the flow. How vast the knowledge is, we've acquired, all of us, not just me. And how we could create charts like this that work all the time. How did I know the market was going to run up? I knew it. I knew it, I say. I knew it. I'm so happy I told you guys to buy at the bottom. I'm so happy I even gave you the correct, perfect contract. Like, that was the one that went in the money. I was trying to be perfect with it, too. And I was just, ooh. Oh, my goodness. And then we averaged down for the 606s. And I kind of want to hold these for Monday. I kind of want to see if this is going to run up. Because if this runs up the way I think it's going to run up, if it didn't fall already from 60... I mean, it really fell far. Remember, when it hit 605, that thing just fell out the sky the other day. So that was the only thing that was worrying me. I was just like, all right. That's the only thing that can hurt us right now. But, again, the market needs to stay range-bounded before it collapses. It always does this. Look at its history. That's how I can confidently tell you that. Look at every single time SPY hits a high and what it does before it collapses big out the sky. It doesn't just do something and fall. There's something replicatable that you could find, which is this needs to stay in one range. What is it doing? It's like opening up the range and making it bigger, and the only reason why it could be doing that and still potentially not collapsing out the sky further, like pre-market, you should have kept falling. You should have opened up. You should have been at 591. You should have been at 585. You should have kept falling. If the market was going to fall, I'm telling you, it would have really put us in a bad spot. And maybe I still might fall, but right now I still don't believe it. Just like how I said the other day, it looks like we should hop into the calls. So we hopped into calls, and it was really good. You know what I mean? The next day you averaged down on them, and of course they popped up into the sky. Today we averaged down on them again. But it's like, you see how there's like a wall, an imaginary wall here? That's the curve dying. That's the contract's value dying. So unless this thing could pop up to here and go towards the top, which is where I think it's going to go, we should be fine to hold this to Monday, I think. It might be kind of dangerous because it's going to be a 0 day at that point. But I think we just hold this to Monday. I think that's fine. We'll pay for our mistake after, and we'll fix it up. We're at a high level of operation right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the highest frequency that I feel like I can be at while trading. And this is how we're trying to operate right now. Just from the highest frequency as possible. So, again, next thing I want to see here is the market runs at 607. Hopefully it gaps up tomorrow. Just goes up straight to the top. If not, hopefully it does it right now. I mean, it's 12 o'clock still. If it really wants to make our weekend, if it wants to make our week next week, and the market thinks we deserve this, it's going to do it. If the market feels like we don't deserve this, it's going to strip it from us. And we're going to take an L here. It's kind of like the idea of things happening for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like as long as we always think like that, everything happens for a reason, and you're consistently in that frame of thinking, naturally what that means is you're operating at a higher level. And if you can keep combining different ideas like that, the psychology of it, that different version that you could build in terms of the way you operate, it becomes invincible. It becomes unstoppable. Is how I think. So, it's like, I don't know. Like, nothing bad could happen, basically, in terms of the trading, is how I think. Of course, something bad could happen to a person or something like that, or, that can happen to anybody, but in terms of the trading, I think it's impossible. from here on out. I think it's pretty much going to be perfect. Of course, there's going to be those that don't really do the work, but that's their problems to solve, right? I'm always going to be able to help, though. Never going to stop helping. Always going to be patient with you guys, like I always am. So, yeah. For those of you who want to wait and listen to my instructions, well, there you go. There's my idea. I kind of want to see if this market's going to still yank up to the top. If it falls here, that would be so funny. I'm not going to lie, though. That would be so funny. Because it hit 601 like how I would wanted it to in any other situation. It's just the way you ran up to 601. I kind of wanted to fall further than that. I wanted it to fall to like maybe... Because did it hit 9? What did it hit? Did it hit... No, yeah, see, it didn't hit 591. So if it didn't hit 591... 591 would have been okay. I would have been like, alright. And then we ran up to here. I would have been like, alright. We could play the puts again. Because it was so small, I'm not buying it. This thing looks like it's about to start doubling in size again. And if it doubles in size again, it's gonna just naturally put you up here. Just because of us understanding acceleration and of course compression, right? That first idea, I guess we always talked about when we started teaching here, was acceleration and compression, right? Things compress and then things accelerate. So as you can see, this is compression. I told everybody here, once you get that $2 move, I told you everything's gonna start going crazy now. Once you get that $2 move, which was over here somewhere over here, I forgot where, but once you get that $2 move, I mean, just look at the explosion here. Yank straight up to 606, straight down to, let's just say 599, because that's where you opened at. Then straight up to the top of 603, straight down to the bottom, straight up to here. So 100%, you know what they did, right? They just created a pattern for your eyes to follow. And you know what a lot of people are going to do? They're going to play puts right here. So because I feel like they're going to play puts right here, I feel like they're just going to say, see ya. That's what I'm thinking. Especially if the trends are going to expand here, it's going to expand upwards. Of course, if it falls down to the bottom again, that would be kind of crazy, right? It's kind of funny. But then that means, of course, the trend can then expand to the top again. So we'll see if this gets extreme. Right now, the market's not at that perfect extreme territory where I could be like, you know what? Let's get into the puts here. So I think we stay with the calls when I run back the logic of it. And of course, that's just with one idea called compression and acceleration, right? Just look at how the trends are getting bigger and bigger every, the last like 3 days. If this expands, this will go straight to the top. Again, if they want to be funny, they're going to drop you straight to the floor, make you fall out the sky. You hit 601, so 601 is what level, everybody? Let's go ahead and look at your major. Let's look at the best chart that we've ever made. Let's just say. Just put it to you like that. So, the best chart we've ever made is this chart right here. This chart right here, the second you touch this pink box, it says 1 to 12 months puts, which you just hit again, ladies and gentlemen. You just smacked into it again. So, since you just smacked into this again, the one thing I want to have you understand, one thing I want to have you do here is make sure you at least lock in something for a couple days out. It's not a terrible idea. It's not a bad idea. However, this might run up higher. So just make sure it's something you're not going to be too mad about if you're down on. Make sure it has like 60 days of time. 60. So you can catch the full drop. And then make sure it's a contract that the strike price is going to be for 580, 588. So again, look for 588 puts. That's the next goal for SPY to drop into. Once it happens, the next thing we're going to do is, let me see, 580. We'll probably try some puts there, like a 5-day put, sell it out at like 50% when the market drops. Because that's a mountain peak, right? It's like when you look at a mountain, right? It falls down a little bit, then it peaks with another high. But maybe a night might not be as high as the peak. It's just like another one of the peaks. You get what I'm saying. So that's just what we're looking for as the market falls. We got to always time the valleys so that we can understand how to play the calls properly. And then once it peaks again, straight into the puts, slams out the sky. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Something else for us to do here. Just stare at this thing Hopefully it drops right back down again, because if it does, again, it might just spring up again. Especially if you're right by... But then again, you hit 601, you fell from it. You might fall down. 601 was like the major level. Because it's about 6 to 7 levels away from the no, it's 8 levels. No, 7 to 8 levels away from the actual main target, which is 609. The top right here, this number right here with the dotted line, where is it? This is, no. It should be like right here. Should be like right there. Okay, so like I stated before, 1 to 12 month put area, you're getting sold off from it. I'm not getting into the puts though. But make sure you get into something 2 months out, 3 months out. Now is the time for you to lock in something that's proper. And by not getting in puts, I mean like the short-term ones. Like, don't get into something like 5 days, please. Nothing like 10 days, nothing 5 days. Everything has to be long-term. A month out, 2 months out. Just because, again, you might get a couple more days of consolidation going sideways. We could just stay up here. Especially because today is the 13th. If the 13th and Monday we do not change directions, if we just continue the same direction, you might even be at the high, like 611. So we'll see. You might just yank up here. That's what happened last time after all. You got sold off from it one day, fell down. Next day you just yanked right back above it. Instantly gapping up that night. Straight to 603. And again, that pushed you up all the way to the top of 609, which is actually... See, I think the problem was is this one is off by like $1 or $2. That's why I made this one here. Because this one's not off at all. This one's like perfectly showing you where the market was going to fall. Oh yeah, so the level was... Was it 611? I guess maybe it was 611. Let me see. I could tell by over here. No, 609. Yes. Yes. Yeah. 609 was a level. 609.80 was the level you're supposed to fall from. And as you can see, that's the main level for yearly puts is 611.84. The problem was I kept pushing it up. I kept adding like new ones. And then when I got to 613, I was just like, this doesn't look good. So I just took all them off. I left the ones that we had from last year. And these are the ones that actually worked. I try to create like boxes around it and make it all complicated and stuff. But no, just leave the point. 609. And as you can see, look at all my points on my screen that are... let me go like this for you. You see how when I move my screen left and right like this, there's something that follows my screen in the middle? Go ahead and read those points for me. So you have the 116th point, which is at 628. So I'm telling you, if SPY wants to run up, you're going to run up to 618 and then 628. 1,000,000%. So if you get yearly puts at 605, it's going to be a problem. However, if you get yearly puts at 618, I think you should be fine. So that's why I told everybody yesterday, little change of pace. Let's have everybody get the puts at 618 for the yearlies, for the 1,000-day outs. And then for everything 500 to 400 days out, we're looking for pretty much every $30. So first at 609, that's where we're going to spend 500. At 609, the next level is going to be 629 to 639. Probably 29, right? $30 out. Got to be fair. And then the next level would be 659, 689, and then that's it. So that means at every single one of those levels, I'm putting $500 down for the market to fall for the next 6 months. You just automatically do it. You understand? You have the levels already. They're on my screens. It's just like you got to make sure you do it when it gets to that level. And what I often see is people just, well, not often, not anymore at least. Not with this crowd no more, honestly. This crowd is proper now. Everybody does everything properly. How I'd pretty much do it myself. And it's nice to see, you know, and then when people add their own spin to things and they change it up a little bit, then I can actually get ways that I can improve myself, right? It's kind of like a consistent game of nonstop improvements with everybody here. It's kind of amazing, honestly. And that's why the charts got so crazy so quickly, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. When we were first making them, like, they got really crazy. And it was just due to the fact that I started seeing how others, you know, added my charts to their stuff. And so now, yeah, that's why I always say that you guys really helped me out with this. You guys helped me be able to literally teach you better. It was such a weird dynamic. It's like a universe created a black hole with, like, I don't even know. It's like 2 bricks created a black hole. Like, it doesn't make sense, but it happened. Again, spies falling out the sky here. Let's see what's going on. Let's go to our other charts. Let's stop talking here. Let's see what's going on. So you hit 601.81. Let's go check this one chart over here. Chart number 7. You should be at that next golden line at the top. Okay, so you hit the green one. Remember how I told you that you basically always do this, like, all the time? It's always small pyramids and then big pyramids, and then we'll see if it falls down. We're just gonna average down again, honestly. Because if it's falling, it's telling me that, yeah, this might actually go up on Monday. It might actually gap up. Did you fill the gap last night? You didn't fill all of it. There's still a little tiny gap left. Now you're done with like 75%, you could say. Let me see it. Yeah, look at that. Look how they did that. So now they're dropping you out the sky. So again, we'll see how low they take you. Because if they don't take you that low here, we'll see if we can get filled on these contracts for Monday. We'll give it just a moment. Other than that, everybody, the next thing I want you all to do here is, first things first. You're at 5.99, so if we continue to go below, you could play puts. What I want to personally see is, can this hold right here at 5.99 and then start running up to the top? So I'm sure you know what that means. It's about to be call time. Let's go look at the reversal points and see what's going on here. Come on, Spy. Load. You're at number 2. I repeat, mayday, mayday, you're at number 2. I went ahead and bought a 604 call right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's 113. I bought a 604 0-day call, and I just spent $7. Everybody got that? I'm gonna post it into the Discord right now. Of course, I'd rather tell you first because it's quicker for me to do that. Alrighty. Next up. Let's see. Yo, Tesla. What are you doing? Oh, no. Mayday, mayday, ladies and gentlemen. If it falls, it's going to go straight down to 310 again. It looks like it's creating a new range here. Let's see what we could trade real quick. It's so funny. So I wanted to, obviously, if we're all trading the same thing and everybody's long and everybody has an account that's 5,000, obviously everybody's going to be up, right? We all would agree. So what I did today was I was trying to not trade the idea for SPY on the bigger account because I wanted to see how many places I would lose. Because I want to see how many people trade SPY. Out of all the people who are in this competition, how many of them trade SPY, right? Because it'll probably show. When SPY went down, that's probably why they lost money. And I dropped to place 10 from 3. Remember, I didn't trade SPY just so we could see that. So it's kind of funny now. It's really funny. Watch, we're still going to win. We just got to let the next couple days go. And then we're going to trade this efficiently, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, it's still holding. I mean, we can start trading it now. Actually, no. Yeah, never mind. We'll trade something harder. We'll trade Tesla. At least then we can have a loss. So let's go to Tesla. Let's try to trade it. Let's see what's going on with Tesla right now. Right now, I'm thinking puts. Everything in my body's telling me puts. So we're hopping into these puts here. Remember, just Tesla, not SPY. What puts can we buy into? Let's buy some for next week. 7 days out. Let's spend... Let's go look at Tesla real quick, actually, before I do that. Let's do this logically. Let's go to Dr. Tesla. Where are you at? All right. I think you can fall right back down to 320, at least. 320, everybody? Did we do it again? If it runs up higher, it's just going to go straight to the top. I'm just letting you know. So, we're doing 320. We're going to be aggressive here. They cost $500. And we're going to put the whole entire account into it. We're going to put it all. Tesla. You better not do what I think you're going to do. Imagine just runs straight to 380. It's all right. We'll deal with the consequences of this after. Maybe my knowledge is lacking in a certain area. Could be. See, I'm talking funny now because there's a lot of money. It always gets like that, honestly. All right. So we're in the trade on that account. We could do it. Let's do something with this paper account. I don't think I used this one before. Let's do something here. I haven't traded with $1 million. So let's see if we could trade with $1 million now. What would I put $1 million into right now? If I was at $1 million, where would I put it? Honestly, I'd probably... Let me see. What chart is it on? I think it's over here. I have an idea. Let me see something. Where's the space companies at? Space companies. What's going on here? It should run up to the 200 here. You guys see what I see? It's really far below the 200 on the 1 hour. It looks like it might just run up to tap it again. So let's play a call for 27. How much can I buy with this? With $1 million. How much contracts does it let you buy? This is all just RKLB options. Let's get some calls for 7 days out. Is this the wrong account? I think it is. Yes, it is. All right, there you go. I could buy 13,000 contracts. Let's try this. 1, 3, 4. I think they cap you though. They don't cap you at 1,000. So I could buy 13,000 right now at market price. Wow, they let you actually do it with a paper account. That's not real. So the way it just filled those contracts, that's not normally what happens. It fills it very slow. Like very slow. It fills it like probably like 500 at a time maybe. Well, it depends, because if I'm putting a price that I'm trying to buy up, all I have to do is look at the order, not the order ladder, the level 2 order book. You look at the order book, look at the ladder, and I'll show you it right now on Webull. Let's go ahead and look at it. Let's take a gander, everybody. So the order book for SPY right now, all the calls and all the puts are at 600. So it's clear as day. All the money in the market right now is in these options right here. How far are they out? I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. I don't know if it's looking at the same call. I think it's just looking at all of them. I don't know the expiration actually, now that I think about it. I think this is just all, this might be just all the contracts, honestly. Maybe not on the whole board, maybe not on the whole world, but maybe from Webull's software. I gotta re-look at this. I forgot how I used to read this before. Oh, there you go. That's what I was trying to look at. I was like, why does this look different? So this right here, this is the order book. You see how you have 4,000 right there at 599, 4,000. Like this is what the options order book would look like. But you see how it doesn't move like that? That's what I'm saying. That's why it's a little weird. I don't know why they did that actually. I feel like they did that on purpose so people can't see the true movement of options. But with this, you get to see the flow of people buying and selling. And if I really wanted to buy something and I really wanted to make sure it fills, all I gotta do is look for a bunch of orders and look at all the prices that they're at and just literally fill at that price. So yes, it would fill instantly, right? It would kind of fill fast because you would buy up all their contracts as long as you put it for a higher price. That's the only thing. It has to be a higher price, because if it's not a higher price, you're not going to fill that quickly. So what that means is usually big money has to decipher whether or not they want to just buy this up right now at whatever price is at and send it up, or if they want to shut it down a little bit. So what are you biting right now? What is that? What the hell is she biting? I'm sorry, if you eat this, I don't think your stomach is going to process steel. The Tesla trade is going against us right now. You got 332. So the next level you want to watch out for Tesla. It's simple as day, and then we'll go back into talking about this. Let's check it. If you're trying to play calls, you're trying to have some insurance here. Let's see where you would play it to. So your insurance would at least we need to be above 330. So as long as we stay above 330, you could buy some calls if you would like. The only problem is that as you could see, the DARP is at 332. So that was the reason why you just perfectly ran up there, and now you're getting perfectly sold off from it. It's because it's the DARP. It's always going to work like this. So we'll just have to see if it's going to push above it, because if it's going to fall from it, it's pretty much just going to go down to the same level, 320. If not like somewhere like 326, half of the whatever trend you just did right now, and probably end up right there. So we'll be able to sell out this trade for maybe like 15, 20,000 right now. And again, this is what it's like trading with no fear, because you don't have fear, right? It doesn't make sense to have fear. I mean, that's not what you're trading with. You're just trading with what the market can do and what it will do. It's probability. So I thought it was probable that the market would fall from here and fall down to this midpoint, because where you ran from last night was pretty far. So if you're going to retrace a little bit, I think it's a safe bet to say that you'll probably go there, which is where I had everybody buy their contracts. And then if they want to be a little bit risk-free, they'll probably sell their contracts right there at the quarter point. As long as you guys know the style and are following it, of course. If you're not, and you try to wait for more, or you try to look for more gains, eventually the universe is going to humble you enough into the point where you actually can do stuff properly. So just know that. Whenever you have losses, I wouldn't feel emotional. I would just feel like, all right, I'm not doing something right. The universe is making me learn my lesson right now. You just got to track it down. Cough, cough, crypto. What is your problem? What are you doing? MSTR. We're still down 20,000 on this same trade from yesterday. It's holding the value now, though, so it's not going down no more, which is a proper thing. But it's just like, let's see if you're going to snap now. You should snap. We should be able to see you go to 405. And these contracts are 405. Why 405? Because when I zoom out, 405 is right here. It's the quarter point. So I'm thinking that it's not just going to take you this close to it, create such a nice staircasing, formation, and then not kind of do it again, and at least take you to that point. I feel like it will the next time it runs up, and then it's going to be like really quickly right back down. That's why I think it's doing that. But we'll see if I'm right or wrong. I'm using just technicals. So I might be wrong the first time, and then I'll have to kind of step in and fix this. Same thing with the Tesla trade, right? We could still be wrong about it. It could still pop above 332. That's the reality of it. I'm thinking we're going to wait for tomorrow, which is Monday, and then we'll see how this turns out. Maybe the Tesla news will pump it into the sky because of robo-taxis, right? Who knows? What we do know is you ran up here. You fell down here because of Trump and Elon. You ran back up because of the good news that they were talking about with Tesla and the robo-taxi stuff. As well as, what else positive that happened? I don't know. I don't remember. There's a bunch of stuff positive that happened. And I was just like, yeah, this looks crazy. Tesla's most likely going to run up here. And then you hit our DARP right at the bottom right here at 575. You went $2 down below it. So I guess you went inside of it for a second. But you hit the DARP. We then created this new range, which is what you're seeing on my current screen right now. And because this range was created when you fell down on Tesla, as you run back up here, it pretty much describes to us where the market's going to go. That's why you're stopping right there at that point perfectly. You understand? So, again, we'll see. We'll see what the market, the big money wants to do, right? Because they're the ones who obviously make the market move, of course. They're the ones who buy, who sell. Retail, of course, does not move the market. It's only the most logical thing you could kind of think of and say. So, yeah. We're just waiting for people to step in and buy this up. And we'll see if the sentiment is there. I think it's there. So we'll see. But at the same time, I'm trading short term. Remember that. I'm trading short term. We're trying to sell this probably either later today, if not Monday, at 326, if not at 320 flat. So there's no rush right now. The only thing you're doing right now is kind of like worrying for no reason. If you're worrying, right? If it was too much capital, of course, that's going to make you worry especially more. And yeah, that's going to be a problem in the cogwheel, It's not going to make the clock tower work. So just make sure you don't make the clock tower break. Make sure all the pieces are nice and neat. And when you make a mistake, we'll wait for it. We'll confirm the mistake. we'll kind of chop it up to the point where we don't have any more mistakes. And then once we do that, boom, we'll just go from there. All right, everybody. So we're gonna take that Tesla trade, and we might take it and throw it in our back pocket and lock it away. I might throw it inside the safety box here, and just wait for Monday. I think that's what we should do. But then again, we'll wait. We'll wait. Let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. If it falls to 326, just remind me, everybody. Let me know, and we'll see what the gain is. If it's up like 10, 20,000, we're just gonna sell it. And in Rocket Labs, remember, we want to play calls for this to run into 27. So let's see how those trades are doing right now. We can also post. We're gonna post those right now in the Discord. So right now we're down. Oh my god. So we paper traded it with $1 million, right? And that's kind of crazy. I think my heart would sink. That trade is down $67,000 on the calls because it's for next week, I think. No, it's for 620. When is 620? Yeah, it's next week. That's wild, yeah. There's no way. Wait, so that's times, how much is that? That's times how much? That's, wait a second. It's kind of crazy the way you could trade like this. If this runs up to 600, these contracts, that's times 10. That's wild. So if Rocket Labs, let's just say this does something like crazy, like really crazy, where it bounces up again higher for some odd reason. If this happens in the next 2 days, or by Monday, you could say, 3 days, these contracts would be at around, basically this account would be at $11 million from just $1 million. So with just one trade, you would turn this account from $1 million to 11 million. Just like that. If it just hits near 33. That's only $8. So imagine if, yeah, you can already see. Imagine if you enter into a trade like that later on with a better, situation. Maybe it's a company that's just about to start running or started to run and it has some potential now. So it's like waking itself up a little bit. Kind of like how Rocket Labs is. Went all the way up here, got shot down. This right here is massive. This is going to lead into either a big drop straight down to here again, or like somewhere down to here, or you're simply just going to blast off into a new high. But remember, the option that we're playing right now is for 27. So it's just right there. Because you're below the 200, and every time you do it, every time you go below the 200, where do you go? Back to the 200, right? On the 1 hour. It's a simple trend. This is how I started to learn how to trade SPY correctly. I would just have the indicators on, and I would try to learn how to trade with just the indicators. So as you can see, when you fall below it, you always run back to it. And then you fall below it again, run back to it. It always happens on the 1 hour. Every time you fall below it major for the first time, it always runs back to it. If you look down here, that's kind of like an instant dropping, up. Now, I think that was the day I believe we bought. If not, it was over here we bought. I think we bought right here at 28. So we bought it late, and we still went up 200% that next day. Just because of a slight little $3 run up. So it's kind of crazy. So if we run up $3 here, I could probably turn this $1 million account into maybe like if it runs to 28, let's just say we go $1 on the money, which sometimes it does that. Let's just say it pumps above the 200 for a second, which is 28. This account would be at like 3.2 million, 2.7 million, just depending on the data. Because right now you're buying at a perfect spot. The momentum is going to be on your side. Of course, if it drops lower than the last low, of course you got to be careful, right? But momentum is going to be on your side as you're down here. All we need to do is just get above to 26, 27, and our contracts are going to be up probably like 1.7 million. That's kind of what I want here. 1.5 million. It should be easy to get up to 500K. 700K with just this one trade. Remember, when you have a lot of capital, you just don't want to risk it. So if I have $1 million in this, I'm just waiting for a second and letting it flip. If it doesn't flip, well then, again, We have to go back to the drawing board and see why. Because remember, we're not using DARP. We're holding ourselves back right now. Why? Because DARP is one of the strongest charts. If you're consistently using it, right, and you're not paying attention to how you can use it in the future, you're not going to know how to tell the future. You're always going to use the old DARPs, and it's not going to work. So at least now, you can see how you need to be measuring these ranges, you know? Because then you can always make the market work in your favor every time. So again, roadblocks or roadblocks. I don't know why I always say that. Rocket Lab could fall straight down to this midpoint down here, of course. Right? That's like your recent range. So what I would do is I would chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. And don't ask me how I did that, because sometimes it's just so weird to me, but it always just works out sometimes. Like sometimes if you literally just point to a high, every single time there's a certain peak or trough, it's because of DARP. So it sounds crazy, but if you really think about it, you already know where the markets are going to go. Take, for example, if I take this box and flip it, if Rocket Labs falls lower, you're definitely falling to 21, 1000%. You get underneath 2350, we're playing put straight down to here. And I know that because that's just the way the market works. It's just the way it works, ladies and gentlemen. But it's like something I could easily, figure out just like that. So, yeah, that's why we bought at that point right there. All points you see on the chart are because of DARP, as long as you can follow your crosshair, like this right here. There's a reason why I went to all these points and these points down here. Right? It's probably because of the other DARP from before. And if this was the first time it ripped up into here, remember, you could use a previous range to know the next range. You could use the past to tell the future. So there's definitely something we could have created all the way down there when this was at $5, $4, and we would have known exactly what level this was going to run up to, and it actually hits it perfectly. If it doesn't hit it perfectly, that means you never had the perfect metric. But what I usually cause people to do is I wait for a move. So that's the move, right? Rocket Lab fell down from up here all the way down to the bottom. So now measure this. That means right now Rocket Labs has one duty and one duty only, to run straight up into 28 and 29, because that's the midpoint. When it fell from top to bottom, it needs to hit this midpoint if it wants to go lower. That's the only way it's going to go lower. So this is most likely going to pull up here. However, if the news is bad, or let's just say you get a shutdown of momentum because of Elon, because this is why I went up in the first place. It was because you have all that space news occurring at the same second. As well as, I don't know if, no, I think that was RDW. RDW came out with a report, something illegal, apparently they did. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what the news was, what they did. I have no idea. But apparently they breached some type of security. So, we're going to wait for RDW. Actually, let's take a look at it. Of course, they make it go up now. Like, it's holding better than Rocket Labs is what I'm trying to say. Rocket Labs, the momentum is dying here. If you look at RDW, if you look at the chart, it looks like it's actually holding up now. Like, this can actually continue to run up higher. It's a nice base that it has. Any other space companies we have? VLDX, UAVs. It's $1, so we could probably do something with the dollar companies. I gotta check if they have options, though. If they have options, oh, trust me, we could do something crazy. But then again, how long ago was this? 2004? Why did it crash that much? What is happening here? This just looks like, when a company looks like this, they just did a bunch of reverse splits. That's all this tells me, which is terrible. Yeah, they just keep doing it. Look at this. Oh my goodness. The high was $2 million, apparently. Yeah, you're never going to go back up there. But if they dilute it, or if they kill the dilution, right? Because they definitely diluted it. That's all that happened here. This is all dilution, dilution, dilution. So the price just goes way down. But then again, I don't know. It could be some much needed dilution, right? What if they still have barely any shares? How much shares do they have on the market? Market cap is 18 million. How many shares, though? I forgot how to calculate this. We'll do it later. But no, yeah, so again, you don't really want to trade companies like this. never, honestly. And it usually is the older companies, the ones from like way back when. Like this looks crazy. 2000 and you're still stuck at the same level since 2000. I have no idea what's going on here. This looks way too flat. This looks weird. I never seen a chart like this. That's a lot of time. It's kind of nice. Charts like this, I'm telling you. Oh yeah, we would have got some puts up here. You could just keep running it back. You could literally, like, everybody could win basically. Like, I could tell you just by looking at this like this. You could just literally do a little bit of this. Watch this. Can you stop biting? Biting me so aggressively. Alright, no. Go on the floor now. So boom. Boom. Look how perfect that fits to the right side. Why did I make it that size specifically? It's because I just want the peaks, the first peak specifically. I don't want all that other noise. I could grab it, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to establish a range. And if I'm being real, you kind of want to select the parts where it contains the most juice, you know? So that looks like it does. Of course, if I make it, you know, different, it controls the right side, right? So the simple fact that you're holding here is, yeah, you might consolidate up there. You did that a couple times. Like up here, and up here. So you could do it again. And you kind of did it over here. But if it wants to go further, you might be able to get into this top range now. And that top range is all the way up there. So we can actually measure it like this. How should I measure it? I'll measure it like this, honestly. Because look, it looks at that top too. So now you have like the tops, right? And it kind of works right there too. That's perfect. Look at that. So now you're creating a unorganized, it's not perfect. The boxes are off. Boxes are not correct to the exact cent, maybe. It's going to be messed up in some type of way, of course, when you're doing stuff like this, which is okay. Again, that's fine. I just hate when people log on and, no, yeah, they don't believe in themselves. Just believe in yourself. These work. It's simple as that, everybody. That's what I do for Tesla, by the way. And yes, you could get some puts here, of course. I would probably wait for up here. I think of this as like a S plus setup right there. Again, whenever you're trying to go for the best setup, just miss the first one. That's how I always get better setups, and why my setups always work out. Is because I'm always looking for the most extreme one. Because usually, if it does something that extreme, it's gonna flip, or do this next. Let's just say, it's like cause and effect, right? For this happening, the market then runs up this way, and let's just say it runs up $10. Let's just say every time the market falls down 30, SPY is gonna run up 15, or let's just say it runs up 6. It's gonna run up 6, right? Every time you see a $30 drop in history, the next week, next 7 days, it ran up $6. Let's just say. Well, some companies, it's different. You know, some companies, they run up a certain amount, and that's what you're trying to learn. Because once you can learn those patterns, that's how you trade robotically. That's basically what I'm able to do for most of these companies, which is just with these little boxes here. Of course, I make them with DARP now, so it's all structured and it all makes sense. Like, it's all, what is happening here with this? $29. I didn't even realize. I was just like, why does this keep going? Yeah, so I would wait for this to run up here because this is really low. In fact, I would just be focusing on calls, honestly, with a company like this. Because if it just gets bought up for any stupid reason, it's just like, yeah. Imagine getting steamrolled by this and you got to play, saying you're going to play puts, and that happens. That'd be terrible. So again, SPY's still stuck at the 599 level. It wants to get below 599.11, which is where you're going to play puts. But it just doesn't look like it wants to do it. It would have done it already. Looks like it's just anchoring down nicely here. Let's see if we can actually buy the contract now for a cheaper price. Go, 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 go. Can we buy the contract for a cheaper price? Not yet, necessarily. And we have the, remember, we have the SPY call. The 604 SPY call. That's at $3 now. We bought it at 7. It went from 7 to 3. And it was just at, when it was at the top right there. Let me look at a smaller outlook here. 15 minutes. At the top right there, it was at, when is this, today? Today's the 11th? Today's the 13th. Where's the 13th? So we could probably have these calls, like let's just say we run up to 604 today. These calls will probably run up to, remember, they're just $7. So they would probably run up to 120. So we buy it for 7, sell it for $120. We just have to see if the momentum's going to get applied here. Because the SPY goes below 599, of course, that's the bigger problem on the weekly. Like I told everybody this morning, SPY did the daily move already, the first thing in the morning, by 10 o'clock, so that was really quick. So then I told you that it's now going to start doing the weekly move, is what I told everybody. And after you did that, boom, you just exploded to the top. Went to 601, you resisted off of it. So for those of you who have your charts at 601 telling you to buy puts, phenomenal job. Absolutely amazing. You could sell it if you want, but if you got like 20 days, 30 days, I would just hold it. But if it's only today, if it's like a 0 day, yeah, I would have sold it by now. I would have been sold it. Make sure you understand that. That's how you could tell if you're on time or if you're too late. It's like we never have the ability to time ourselves perfectly with the contract, but there's an actual way to time yourself with any contract. As long as you know how much days you have left, what days you bought it, what the momentum was like that day, as long as you can remember it, or you have wrote it down, that can also help you out a lot. What else can you do? Write it down. Momentum. How can I explain it a little bit better if I had to say like exactly what momentum is? I mean, obviously it's volume. Obviously it's people buying and selling. But it's not just people buying and selling. It's a psychological shift. It's like sentiment, right? So when you get more sentiment in certain directions for certain reasons, for certain things, because of certain pieces of, let's just say, news, it makes a certain group of people react in a certain way neurologically. So psychologically, once they hear those words, they automatically will buy and do something a certain way. That's just really how people are. So when people hear Tesla, when people hear this bad news, Elon has an investigation with this or that, it's kind of good, regardless if it's good or bad. It's going to get eyes on it. And then with more eyes on it, then is the news positive? Is the news truthful? Is the news this and that? The market will react instantly to that. It reacts usually very quickly to stuff. So, like, take, for example, if I get a news report right now on Apple and it tells me Apple's shutting down all their businesses in a certain country, well, sometimes that could be good news because it means they're going to save money. Well, if it's something like tariffs where Apple now required to pay $100 billion, $200 billion. So now they're getting sued by the government because of, this or that, or sued by a country. That right there, instant shutdown. That right there is going to start dropping the thing out the sky because that's too big of a number. Take, for example, there was this one situation that happened during COVID in 2021. And I forgot what, it was retail. I was trading retail. And I was trying to understand how to trade retail. I know how to trade energy. I know how to trade metals and uranium and biotechs and all that stuff. I did all of that stuff already. The one thing I didn't do was retail. So I was like, all right, let me trade retail. It's Black Friday. I have an idea. I think that because foot traffic died the past couple years, I think foot traffic's going to be alive again. I think stores are now going to kind of want to have people go into their stores. And then there's going to be a shift of other stores and companies that do not want to have foot traffic. They care more about online attention, online traffic. So there was a shift of a lot of countries, not countries, companies, sorry, of them wanting to have stores for foot traffic because their business depended on it in terms of looking at stuff or viewing stuff. Because you know, when you go to a certain business, it could be very enticing when you go there. Nice food, nice this, nice that. It creates like an environment for you, which is why people go to Starbucks and stuff like that. So, what I noticed was the companies looked like they were gonna get bought up again. It's just my problem was I was looking too short term. I was looking 3 months, 6 months, and I was trying to look at that like that holiday season, but that was not the way to go. I should have looked at maybe what should I looked at actually? I should have just bought contracts 2 years out. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just kept buying stuff too short. I don't know what my problem was. You know, like I knew what I had to do. It's just I would not listen, and I would miss so many opportunities, like hundreds. So I messed up really bad because you know what happened the next month? The Omicron virus came out, and everything shut down again. It was like the worst thing retail could have needed, and I was like, why is this happening right now? And it was so funny. But you know, yeah, I definitely learned from that. You got to have contracts, especially when you're playing with something new. Like I see you guys do it all the time, and I don't say nothing because I know you make good profit. And if I say something, you guys might be like, you know what? He's just saying that because his contract only went up 20%. My contract went up 100%. I did better. But the thing you're not understanding is if any news comes out that next month and you don't have time, you are gone. You got lucky there, right? Something happens, a black swan event, you're done. At least if you have 2-3 years, nothing could take you out because every market usually retraces in 2-3 years. Usually. Especially if you buy near the low again and you average down. So, yeah, that's why I think that this market should drop out the sky again 100%. It's just I'm not too sure when it's going to do that. It's probably going to do it when it hits 609. That's what I think. That's why we're going to buy $500 worth of puts because that $500 would turn into maybe like we'll probably turn $500 into like 4,000 on the downside when SPY falls again. Actually, no, that's incorrect. We're going to turn it into, because we're going to buy a couple contracts. We'll probably make around like 30,000-40,000 this next drop from SPY. And we're going to try to do it with an account that's less than 5,000. I want to see if we can make like 40-50K. So that's the goal here. Again, if you don't have 5,000, if you don't have 500, the first thing you need to do is start getting these trades on the board. Start doing your notes. Start buying properly off of my levels and everything I taught you and teach you. This is nothing to play with. I think you understand the complexity of this and how amazing it is. And again, it's not to gas myself up or anything like that, but it's just to say that it works. And if it works, that's awesome. So yeah, just give me one moment. ladies and gentlemen, we're back. All right, so I have no idea what we were talking about. Not a single clue. However, what I do know is SPY fell down from number... That was number 4, right? Let me see. I don't know why it was staying in that drawing mode. Okay, so you hit number 4, fell down all the way to number 1, ladies and gentlemen, which is what the rules say right here on the top right. As you can see, those of you who entered into the puts, good job for listening to the rules. Again, for those of you who waited, it's all right. This market's a little bit unstable right now, so I wouldn't really beat yourself up over it. Just wait for Monday. You know, today's Friday. I'm not supposed to trade today anyways. We're just deciding to trade because I want to use everything that we have at our disposal to make you guys better. And we can't really miss a day if we're really trying to make you better every day. I mean, I don't really need to take a break. I mean, of course, you need to take like a psychological break, right? Just walk around, do something, which I do, right? But we don't really need to take a break. I could keep going. Because it's so much fun, let me tell you. The way this levels up every single other attribute of your life and of your world, it's like you become like a superhero almost. That's what it feels like. If you could just do one thing really good, really well, no, yeah, you start shining in everything else. So that's why it's just like, undoubtedly, no, yeah, I could do this nonstop without a shadow of a doubt. So I hope you all get to that level, honestly, because it makes it fun. It makes it feel like real childish, I would say. At least that's fun to me. I don't know. You don't gotta make stuff so complex and crazy. Just want to help people, right? So if you want to help people, ladies and gentlemen, learn this market. You can help a lot of people if you learn this market. You could teach a lot of people. So I would say that's like one of the end goals here, is to have every single one of you at least teach in some type of way, whether it's serious or not, whether it's your family, your friends. Like, that's like the end goal. I can't wait for you guys to start teaching. You guys gotta welcome to my world. You ever seen that? That's exactly what I feel like. You guys are not gonna like it. Let me tell you. For a little bit, you're not gonna like it. 100%, you're gonna hate it. And then you're gonna start to love it once you see the change and you being able to help somebody. I would feel like that's like the main thing right there. I feel like everybody's like that though. It's not just me, you know. If you can help somebody, you know, change a car tire or remove an engine from a car, or do something massive like that, of course, like, it's always gonna be like, they're always gonna be grateful for it. So of course they're gonna always be happy and all that stuff. I mean, maybe not some people, but you see what I'm saying. Like, when you teach somebody a skill that they never had before, that's a lifelong skill now, yeah, it changes their whole entire frequency. They operate now at a different frequency no matter what. It's like you completely remove them from the life that they were living and the adventures they were having and the journey they had, and you kind of give it a little bit of a boost, you could say. I mean, of course, some people, I mean, who's to say that whatever journey is not the best, right? I guess someone's gonna hit me with that, right? But then again, the best journey is the journey that helps the most. You know? That's what I see. Of course, in you helping others, you do get to help yourself. That's the thing you need to understand. As I'm sure you all have helped me in my own ways, right? It's the same way. Like, it's a two-way street, of course, but you just need it to be a two-way street. If it's not a two-way street, it kind of is a little harder, I would say, for the people to learn, because then they can't see the flaws that you have. So as long as they can see the flaws you have in terms of teaching, you instantly separate yourself and your own person with your ability to teach. I would say that's the most important thing I did. You have to separate yourself because let me tell you, people are always going to feel some type of way, always talk to you a certain type of way. They're always going to think of you of a certain type of thing. And it's not really anything you're concerned with, honestly. It's just like extra emotions. Just like how you shouldn't be trading with that. You shouldn't really always be thinking with that. So now, yeah. I think it does help the journey, you know? Makes it a little bit more fun for everybody. SPY's falling down here, so we'll see exactly what happens. We'll see if we can buy up this. Can we buy this contract now? Can you buy? Fall down! You just need to fall down a little bit more. We've been waiting for this since the morning. Again, we haven't rushed this for a reason. Because we know how to properly play with the values of these contracts. We know what we're doing. We just got to use all those skills that we learned last year. And now we're using it one shot. That's the reason why overnight is kind of like we're trading again at a whole new level today. Like we perfectly predicted that today. We perfectly predicted the market falling down to that second equal reaction. And then right back up to number 4. And then anything extra after is just extra, you know? It's always extra, anything after. And again, the reason why I think the market's going to go up is because you should have went down more. You should have went down way more. You just erased that whole move because you went right back up already. So now the next thing that the market could want to do is a bigger up. So we might go higher right now, which is why we got the 604 call. Because we should be able to actually touch that if we just blast up here. We'll give it a second though. If it doesn't happen and you just fall out the sky, of course, you can enter into a cheap contract for you to fall down to this yellow box down here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so back to what we were talking about before. I truly do think that, no, yeah, it actually helps the journey. I think like that's what the best journey consists of, is literally helping the most people. Or maybe, honestly, now that I think about it, no. The best journey is actually being able to experience life in a different way. I would say that's the best journey. Because once you experience life one way, if you can experience it in entirely different and separate ways, then it becomes just more substantial, you know? Because then it's, I mean, it sounds crazy. I mean, some people believe in reincarnation, some people don't. But for the people who believe in reincarnation, right? That person is consistently being cycled through different lives and different journeys and stuff like that. Of course, they probably had a journey where they were the worst person in the world. They probably had a journey where they were the best person in the world. They probably had a journey where they were in the middle. I feel like everybody goes through the process of that throughout different lifetimes. And now, yeah, the healing journey, right? I feel like that, yeah, there's definitely one like that. Imagine one where you had a life unfold in a way where it was all about love and like comfort and everything that was bad about maybe your current situation or family. Like, what if it was perfect, you know? Like, what if that world existed? Because if you could think of it, that means it could occur and could have occurred in a different fashion or different time or different moment for you. And that's what allows you to actually bring that back into this universe and turn it from it not occurring to it basically almost occurring, making this the perfect universe. You know what I mean? Because you're taking from all the different possibilities of what could have been, and you're trying to make this one the best one. That's what I'm trying to do, I would say. I'm trying to like look at all the possibilities of different lives that could unfold. You can get hit by a truck tomorrow. I could get hit by a 2x4 randomly in Home Depot when I'm walking. Knock me out cold, hit my floor, or you hit the floor, and then that's it. Like, there's so many things that could occur, and of course that all sounds bad, but I mean, yeah, it's just like, just trying to give you an example. I guess you could just drop to the floor randomly too, but it's like you gotta enjoy everything for what it is and what it was. Hopefully nothing like that happens, right? That's kind of like, damn. That's literally the only thing you can say, is just damn. That's unfortunate. But now, yeah, I feel like as long as you have enough of what you're doing in terms of the journey here, as long as you're actually breathing in the change and the new life and the new version of this person that you're trying to create, who has all this money and is able to control it properly. Not yet. I think that's the only thing you should be doing right now, you know? Take your time off of everything else. And improve the journey, ladies and gentlemen. Improve the journey. Because if you're not thinking about it, the journey will kind of make itself for you. You got to plan it. But don't, of course, expect nothing. A plan is just like a little road in front of you. You're never gonna know what's too far, like 2 miles in front of you, but you're gonna know at least what's 100 feet, 60 feet. That's the planning. It's kind of so funny because you know that you ever seen that that video? And again, look at SPY, pay close attention to it, watch it, understand what you want to do here and what's your goal. Understand what's the downside and where this market could go. Understand where I want this market to go, which is 591, before we continue to play more puts going down lower. And if we just hold here, to me, it means the market's going to go up higher. So again, just be very careful with the puts, right? Buy them at least below 599.11. As long as the market's below 599.11, you can hop into a nice little put play. It's $6-7, just like how I hopped into the call. Slightly above where you're at still. We hopped into the call like right about here, right? 599.60. So like, yeah, you're just down literally like $1. Yeah. So we're just gonna give this a second here. Maybe at 2:30 we'll see a snap, or we'll see this drop down way further, and then we could do our next play. Or you could play calls down here if you would like. You could do that. The only thing is it held pre-market, so if the market's gonna crash right now, you might just go through the yellow. So what I would do is I would have a wedge like this from pre-market, and I'll touch today, and there you go. Now you have an idea of what the market could do here. Use this for the top. So if the market runs up, it's gonna run straight up to 602.57. Just using your current trend. And then if you fall down, you follow this wedge here. The next level you might get sold off from is around 611. Simple wedges, nothing too complex. You're just using trajectories. Sort out where everything is going, how fast it is. You hit that level over there, you hit this level now. So let's see what it wants to do here. Let's give it some time. Did you hit the midpoint up here? You did. Okay. That was an equal reaction, and now you're at the midpoint. And then, yeah, so we already looked at everything. We could just turn this off now. We'll come back when the market's at 597. So we'll give the market a second to fall. There's no need to stare at it. That's what makes you sell out of your contracts at an unnecessary point. If you bought puts here, there's no point to look at it. Just give it a second. Right? It's cycle between some charts, yeah. So 595. Let's wait for it. In terms of what puts you could buy, again, 595. Same stuff as last week when we were over here. 595, you want to go down to 591. And then under 591, you have 595, 591. What else do you have? What levels am I trying to refer to right now? 591. Oh, the DARP levels. Let me go to the DARP chart. 596, 588, 580, 33. And then in between that, you have 592, 591. So I think it's at 592 actually. Let me see. Yes, it's at 592.89. So that's why you hit this level, I think a couple days ago actually, when you fell down here. And then you held at that perfect point, the midpoint. And then you simply just did an equal reaction to the top. That's why you fell from today. It's kind of funny actually. Yeah, you fell from that area today. From like the midpoint. Yeah. Hit that today, and then you did that over here tomorrow, a couple days ago. So you're gonna fall straight down to potentially 596 here. 595. So if you want, you could sell your contract at 596 just to play it safe. Just in case. If you have a 595 put. And remember, if you have your monthly puts, you're just waiting for next month. Or if not 2 weeks from now. We should be able to fall in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It just depends on what happens with the world news, you know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're getting that perfect buy. Thank you, market. That's very nice of you. So again, we're falling down. We're at $40 now. We're going to buy another contract exactly at $30. We're still waiting for it. It's 41 now. We got this. The Tesla trade for the puts is now up 20,000, just like we told you it would be. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, just playing with structure. It does magic. It does some magic. It's the funnest thing in the world, let me tell you. Where's the Tesla chart? Where did you go? Is it here? Why do I have a video here? Maybe I pressed it? Did I delete Tesla from my... How the hell did I delete Tesla from my list? What in the world? Why is stuff deleting from my list? Did I do that? I probably did it somehow, I guess. Okay. Anyways. Is this not the chart? What's happening? Oh, it's right here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, just like that. Look at that drop on Tesla. We're almost at our goal. So as soon as we hit this, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Let's just tap out. We're up 30,000 right now. That's insane. We made back that MSTR play like tenfold. It was crazy. That whole entire trade was worth like, I think like 60K. And we've been down 20,000 for the past 2 days. And just with Tesla today, we made 50K. Just with Tesla today. So we already made back almost the whole entire cost of those contracts. And those expire on the 27th. So we still have some time. Or we could just sell out the trade, take all of our money, and then do something massive with it. So let's go ahead and start selling some of these Tesla contracts. By the time it hits the floor, I want to be out on all 290 contracts. We're still up 30,000. We were up 37,000 right there. I'm trying to sell all of them right now. Did you sell? Can you sell, please? Can you sell faster? Can you not sell one by one? Come on. Now we're up only 29. I'm trying to take it. Give me it. All right. We only got 50 left. It's doing it very slowly. Let's check our other trade. This other trade for Roblox, the call, is down $6, which equates to $80,000, apparently. That's wild. So again, it equates to $80,000. Now we're up 33,000 on Tesla. Oh, we still have half the contract still. Now they're getting filled at a higher price now. That's awesome. There we go. All right, can you fill quicker? Why is it doing like 20 at a time? They're doing this on purpose, ladies and gentlemen. They're controlling it. I'm just playing. All right, so let's go for the next play. I'm thinking we could play maybe something on Microsoft. If it falls below 470 flat, which is the last high, 100% I think we should play Microsoft puts. This thing will drop to your floor. Look at this. 410 straight away. That's $60, $70. That's a lot of money you can make right there. So we'll probably do something here. Just because like that's a little extreme. You shouldn't have ran that quick. I mean, but then again, a new state of matter is nothing to play with, I guess. I'm speaking from an area where I have no idea. New layers of science is probably crazy. So yeah, I probably don't even understand it. That's probably what it is. I mean, I kind of understand the complexity of and the significance of this, but it's just like, it's too dangerous to play this right now. Not at the highs, because it could just keep running. You know? Then we have Zillow. We have... What's going on with Target? I forgot about Target. How you doing, Target? So we bought you yesterday. Right now you're falling down to the midpoint of the range. So wait for you to fall to 92, and then we're going to buy another one. SPY calls are at 36 now. So let's see. Is SPY falling down a little bit more? Let's take a look at it. Look at it! So yeah, you're now at the quarter point, basically. Just be careful. You guys see what happened to the left side there. It's just a wedge that was made from before. So if it holds here, might not be a good thing. We'll see. I'm looking at 615 calls right now. I might get a 615 call here for 7 days out. Okay, we're gonna get this right now. We're not gonna let a moment spare. Everyone. Just tagged you in the chat there. So how's everybody doing with their trades? How's your decision-making processes for today? I have no idea what's going on here. So many charts. They're everywhere. Let's go to SPY real quick. On this chart, I haven't looked at this in a while, actually. This is one of my favorite ones. We'll see if you can hold here. $6.16. So I can trade. The food can wait. There you go. That's excellent right there. Hell yeah, bro. There we go. So remember, the fourth reversal point is 595 on the other side. That's what I'm waiting for. And as long as we can hit this, we can average down on the other contract, which should be... It's 34 right now, so maybe we'll cancel this. And maybe we can get it for like 24. Maybe. We'll leave it right now for a second. It's about to get filled, though, so... Let's see. Why are these puts so expensive? They cost how much before? What in the world? These puts were at $6,000. They're $800 right now on Microsoft. 200 days out for December. I'm thinking we could time something massive, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thinking we throw like 800, 1,000 into this for like 189 days out. You know what we could do? I got an idea. This might be a bad idea. We're going to sell the NVIDIA trade. It's up like 500% right now. Oh, never mind. That thing is only up 369% now. I mean, we're only missing out on like $200, so that's okay. So we're up $800. We bought it for $200. Right now, it's currently at 1,040. Okay, so it's a 160. We're gonna sell this. This is for November. So we already held this for how many months? When did we buy this? We bought this on the 4th month of this year. What month is this? June? 2 months? 2 months and we're up 500%. Basically at the peak. But we're selling it for 400%. So we'll just say 400%. So we're gonna sell this. And then we're gonna dump, again, the same capital into this trade for, what company were we just looking at? I already forgot. Oh man, Microsoft, there you go. MSFT. And again, this might be a bad idea. This might be a really bad idea. But because I'm speaking from a area where I kind of know what's going on in terms of that new state of matter stuff, but then at the same time, I kind of don't. Again, you want to be very careful with these. It's 189 days out. It's for 410. It costs literally the same amount as the NVIDIA option. Can you give me my money? What? My buying power is not updating. Did NVIDIA not sell? What's going on here? Orders. What's your problem? Just sell. What is it doing? All right, there you go. Okay, so now let's go to Microsoft. MSFT. MSFT. Why do I keep spelling it wrong? MSFT. You're at 597 now. There we go. That's a nice spy play right there. Just $76. Currently, you're up already at $100. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so you broke through this wedge here. Again, the next thing you want to see is this at the midpoint now? It might be at the midpoint now. Yes, you're at the midpoint now. So again, you're at the midpoint now. Next thing, of course, is going to be the quarter point, which is 595. And at that point, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be in the money. So you'll be able to sell out your contracts for like 300% again, just like the other ones. Again, that's only if you happen to a put, like I told you to, which was below 599.11, ladies and gentlemen. And then for the call, it's 7 days out. Again, you're not going to average down into this. It was $23 for a reason. We're going to hold this for next week. We want to see if this market's going to flip over the weekend. And then for the $7 option, same exact idea. Don't average down. We'll take the $7 loss. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. We're still profitable on the day, so it's okay. It's all good. Let's see what we could do here, though. We have those contracts a little bit further out, just in case we start launching into the sky here. Anything else we should do? I think that's it. I think we're good for now. The target calls are down $39 if you guys want to hop into it. If you're still waiting for the midpoint, let me show you real quick. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The midpoint is going to be right down here at $95. You could wait for that. But yeah, just be careful. I could definitely see that happening. Like it go below the 200 a little bit and then yank up again. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So this contract's at $28 now. And this is for the Monday contract, the 606 call. We're going to go ahead and average down one more time, ladies and gentlemen. That's the third contract. Yes. If we continue to fall down, again, I want to see 595 first, and then I can continue to play my other set of puts once we fall below. For now, you could still get bought up, ladies and gentlemen. You're not out the danger zone yet. Almost there. So we'll give it a second. And then Tesla, how we doing with Tesla? Tesla, what are you doing over here? Let's see, was our prediction on our easy idea correct? It was, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Easily went right back down to that level. I might start allowing you guys to start trading this with your other accounts. This thing is really listening to DARP. Like, this is stupid now. Like, this is absurd. Like, really crazy. I didn't even notice. Yeah, so we made 42, 53. Yeah, 53,000 in total today. So now we jumped right back up from place 11 to place number 8 in the competition. And we remember, we sold out early because we're trying to play this as we should play our normal accounts, right? We're trying to play this like how you're supposed to play it as my rules describe it, which is you always sell once you're up about 50 to 24%. So you can always absorb that instant snap, because if you go down, you're going to be down like 50, 60%, which is why when I look at the crypto play, the fact that it's down the same amount as yesterday, like I'm only down 1,000, but in total I'm down 22,000. The funniest thing is, if it's not going down today, that might mean that that's the U shape, you know? That means tomorrow on Monday, it might just blast up into the sky and I might be up like 30, 40,000. So again, we'll give this a second. We're winning this challenge. I'm telling you, we're going to be number one in the world without a shadow of a doubt. It's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Just got to take it real slow. So let's go back to SPY here and see what SPY is doing. So again, you're right back at 596. So now you can start putting your stop losses for those contracts, just like we told you earlier. You got to put it at 596 just in case. You filled about 3/4 of the trend. So again, it's making a newer low. We talked about this in the morning, right, everybody? You didn't forget that, right? Don't forget it. We talked about this in the morning, and we said it was going to go this low, which is a little bit lower. It's going to go to about 595.97. And then after that, because now you filled half of this gap now correctly, right? Kind of filled it over here, I guess you could say, but not really. Yeah, you didn't really fill it here, honestly. Yeah, maybe about half of it. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, during the day though, you opened up right here, kind of opened up right there. So you would say that's the gap right there. Probably like right there. Yeah. Let's fix that. That's the gap right there. Perfectly. from pre-market. Actually, you know what I could do? I should do this. There you go. Let me see. Was it off now, or was I just tripping? Oh, now I just messed it up. Oh, man. So I was good before. So yeah, this is the correct measurement. And then half of it, you basically got to here. So you're about to fill half of the bottom one now, after you fill 3/4 of this one now, which means now you're going to snap up and probably run up to fill this one now. So this could be a crazy call tomorrow. You might just snap up to the high to fill the other gap. Remember, you filled 3/4 of it on purpose. Just like how you filled half of it and then fell down, you filled 3/4 of it and then fell down lower. So next on the totem pole of just like paths that they could follow, one of them is the fact that you could just run straight up to the high now. Of course, you could continue to fall out the sky. But again, we're waiting for 595. That's it, everybody. Once we get below 595, then we can start playing the weekly prediction. That's why I think it's going to hold here. Because it doesn't, if it wanted to go below the weekly levels, it would have already. So, of course, today is the level where it's going to finally break below it. I mean, we're not going to fight with that, of course. We're just waiting for it to confirm it. Because right now, it just looks like it's going to flip upwards. We only got a couple contracts on the board. So yeah, this should be pretty fun. We don't have that much risk on the board right now. Let's get into another Tesla trade. Let's see it. Let's see if we could do something. This is beautiful. I can't get over this. Look at how perfect that is with the top. Doesn't get better than that. And again, you guys just saw me create that idea last second. You saw me even talk to myself and maybe say, hey, maybe this is not a good idea. Maybe this is going to go completely against me. I had a moment like that as well, just because there was a lot of capital being put in. So I did do that, right? Which is not proper. There shouldn't have been a single slither of thought that would have said that I was going to be wrong. Because if I felt like I was going to be right, it's not a debate. It's not a yes or no. It's I'm right. That's it. And no, yeah. So you can't let yourself talk to yourself like that or worry about certain things, because the computation of your brain is going to get to a point where it already has factored the good and bad. And your body pretty much has an answer for you already. You just got to look inward. Now that sounds a little crazy, I guess. But now, yeah, you're always going to have the answer, the true answer of what the market's going to do. And it's only when you actually trust your gut, like instinct. So as long as you listen to your gut all the time, that's the first thing that I kind of had to have you all understand. Just listen to your gut. It always ends up working out. Alrighty, so you're at 595 now. Very important level, ladies and gentlemen. The equal reaction is supposed to be you go below the number 4 a little bit. So if you don't go below number 4 a little bit, what that tells me is the market is in fact bullish, because you did an equal reaction up here as you went down and did an equal reaction down here, and then you went up higher to create a new high up here, unfolding and building the reaction, right? And then now you're falling down. But if you don't do the same reaction as number 4 straight down here, and you don't copy the top, what that means is, yep, you're simply more bullish now. The downside's not equal to no more. Now the downside's either going to be greater than, and you're going to fall down way lower the next couple days here, right? Or the downside's going to hold, and you're going to start running up straight up to the highs. So again, just watch number 4. Once you see it go lower than what it did at the top, boom. Now you can officially say today is actually more bearish. Until you do that, you can't say today's more bearish. It opened up bad. It opened up terrible, of course. Pre-market was down. However, the day flow was up because of this top point here. So let's see. Where are you going to stop, huh? How much are these contracts now? Okay, this is still fine. Let's check Rocket Labs for a second. $25 straight down, so 26 straight down to 25. This is on Rocket Labs, so you are starting to fall at the sky here a little bit more than normal. This could be a good indication of SPY potentially getting a little bit more red than normal here, which is perfect. Again, it's going to help out with the monthly contracts. We'll be able to at least sell out of some of those contracts very soon here, before the summer even begins. So again, that's going to be like a nice little free trip for everybody. Just make sure you, again, wait to sell your puts on SPY that are the monthlies that we talked about this whole entire week. If you fall below 595, you're going to collapse straight down to most likely 580, as you can see. So we're just looking at this previous high and just waiting. Because if it just staircases now, again, you're going right back up into the high within a couple of days. So that's why we bought a 7-day contract for the high, or for the new high, because we want to see if this market's going to be able to run up. Okay, other than that, how's everybody doing? Everybody's doing good? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Anybody need some help with anything? You need to call me and make a decision before it's too late? Would you like to wait for tomorrow to make that decision? If you need my help, make sure you call me. Don't wait for the market to do something and then kind of double back when you know what you should have done, which is call me.